Chapter 945. I have a book called Rongjai 6 Strokes. It was very obvious that the distress signal sent by the mechanical octopus before it died was a code. After Odd Zhuo received Wang Ling's text message, Wang Ming had already deciphered the code in less than a minute. So fast. This is a code in the independent game Invisible Guardian. I found it after a big data search. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ming replied, the correct answer to the code is, there are only 5 strokes in Rongjai 6 Strokes. I see, as expected of teacher Wang Ming. Odd Zhuo nodded. What are you going to do next? Wang Ming knew that Odd Zhuo was the chief commander of this operation to clean up the net. The enemy they had to deal with this time was an alien from the Brain King clan on Brain King Star. Wang Ming had dismantled the mechanical core of the mechanical octopus, and only then had he found out where it had come from. According to the universe database shared by Divine Dao Star, Brain King Star's technology level was quite advanced, and it had almost entered the era of automation. Children born on Brain King Star had their brains harvested at birth and transplanted into their mechanical bodies, which greatly increased their lifespans. Brain King people didn't need to worry about falling ill at all. Even if their joints aged, any part of their body could be immediately replaced until they didn't want to live anymore. Brain King people who were determined to die would donate their brains to Brain King for free for him to absorb, and the whole process wouldn't be painful. Of course, only the Brain King people themselves knew whether it really was painless or not. This was just the universe intelligence shared by the Divine Dragon clan, and a lot of it was narrated by local residents of various planets. Some of it was true, and some was false, which they had to distinguish for themselves. Teacher Wang Ming, what do you think the purpose of the Brain King people coming to Earth this time? It looks like they're looking for someone. Odd Zhuo was a little worried. Brain King, the leader of the Brain King clan, can absorb brains to increase his lifespan and wisdom. I'm afraid they're looking for people with extremely high IQs on Earth this time. People with extremely high IQs? Shouldn't they attack places like research institutes? Wouldn't that be very dangerous for teacher Wang Ming? Wang Ming nodded noncommittally. He imagined many scenarios, and after some calculation, he chose the most likely answer. They've gone to great lengths to develop a water army on Earth not only to earn money, but also because they want to use this massive water army network to find people, until they find the smartest people to offer to Brain King. However, there seemed to be a problem when this plan was first set up. Their direction of development was wrong. They set up a water army organization and set up a group leader detention island. They probably wanted to find a wise person among the developing group leaders. It looks like these Brain King aliens are naive enough to believe that this group of all-mouthy kings are truly kings. Odd Zhuo was utterly shocked when he heard this. Is there such a thing? One more thing, teacher Wang Ming. Odd Zhuo suddenly said at that moment. Speak. Previously, someone broke into my house. The thief's name is Kong Rui. He's a well-known repeat thief on the dark web. I heard about it. What did you find out? According to the current investigation, this Kong Rui was also sent by the governor. But at that time, he only wanted to take my hair. I'm afraid he wanted to use it for a DNA test, but unfortunately didn't succeed in the end. Odd Zhuo's words left Wang Ming in a deadlock. Wait, Wang Ming said. He then sat down cross-legged and started the brain deduction technique again. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind as he began to deduce them. This process seemed to take a long time. In his mind, Wang Ming calculated all kinds of possibilities. It felt like a long day or two had passed, but in fact, it had only been a short 3 minutes. In these short 3 minutes, Wang Ming had calculated over 1,000 possible outcomes, and ranked them in descending order of probability. When the deduction was over, Wang Ming's head was drenched in sweat. He had used up too much energy. His brain had just been depleted when he deduced the Brain King clan's purpose for coming to Earth. Now that he was deducing it again, he actually felt like his brain was lacking oxygen. Teacher Wang Ming, Teacher Wang Ming. On the other end of the phone, Shuo was a little worried since he hadn't heard Wang Ming's voice for a long time. He's fine. It's just that he's a little hypoglycemic after the deduction. I'll call you back later. Jia Yin answered the phone on behalf of Wang Ming, and then hung up. How are you? She was right next to Wang Ming, so close that he could smell her fragrance. After giving Wang Ming the sugar pill that she had prepared, Jia Yin helped him into the bedroom at the base to lie down and rest. This was an essential item for Wang Ming every time he used the brain deduction technique. This technique consumed a lot of energy and caused damage to the brain, so the sugar pill's function was to replenish nutrients in time as well as to stop the damage in time. Last time, during the Shuego sect incident at number 60 high school, Wang Ming had used this technique to deal with several killers in a row and protect the students. At that time, he had directly passed out because he had used up too much energy. It was only after that incident that Wang Ming had truly begun to pay attention to the after effects of using the brain deduction technique. However, a mere sugar pill was only a temporary replacement, and couldn't sustain him for a long time. Every time the brain deduction technique was used, the energy consumption skyrocketed, and each time it was greater than the last. A mere sugar pill wouldn't be able to sustain him for long. Furthermore, the ingredients in the sugar pill were fast-acting, and long-term consumption would cause the body to develop a sugar resistance. Thus, he had to find a more perfect solution. Don't use your ability carelessly anymore. If you go on like this, old Qi will get angry again, Jia Yin said worriedly. Don't tell old Qi about this, I know. Wang Ming heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He was well aware of what on earth he was doing. The after effects of the brain deduction technique couldn't be delayed. But there were too many things to deal with right now. They were at a critical juncture in establishing diplomatic relations with other planets, and the invasion of the Brain King clan had to be handled appropriately. The deduction this time had to be carried out. On the other hand, while the brain deduction technique had powerful after effects, it wasn't like it didn't have any benefits. Wang Ming felt that the results of each of his deductions were getting more and more. This was crucial for his study of Wang Ling's primordial qi. Ever since he had drawn up the talisman seal for himself as a child, it had been upgraded several times with his help. Wang Ming only had 2 unresolved problems before the next version could be upgraded. To solve these 2 problems, he had to increase his proficiency with the deduction technique, which would make the results more reliable. Version 3.0 of the talisman seal, he had to upgrade it before Wang Ling graduated from Senior 3. Chapter 946. The mechanical octopus, codenamed Governor, had been Brain King's right-hand man on Earth for many years. Its sudden death naturally attracted Brain King's attention. An unknown and mysterious almighty cultivator existed on Earth. This made Brain King shiver uncontrollably. This was a situation he had never imagined before. He thought he knew Earth very well, but in fact, that wasn't the case. Naturally, he had never thought that the Brain King clan would provoke an old monster with a question mark. I made a mistake. The moment he sensed the mechanical octopus's death, Brain King's brain waves almost immediately received a signal that life had disappeared, and he sighed. Brain King's entire body was made of light metal, and even his eyes were mechanical. Perhaps it was because he had learned of the mechanical octopus's death, but his unchanging mechanical eyes flickered with red light. Perhaps he should have noticed the strangeness on Earth earlier. The divine draconians had been expanding the universe since a long time ago. They were domineering, enslaving countless aliens and devouring their mother planets for their own. Just a while ago, the divine draconians made a plan to devour Earth. In the end, not only was Earth safe and sound, but the divine dragon's attitude changed drastically. Not only did they liberate the enslaved aliens, return their home planets, and help them rebuild their homes, but they also wanted to establish diplomatic relations with Earth. Perhaps, behind this terrifying plot that resembled a Sichuan opera face-changing, it was this mysterious big shot who had intervened in the dark. As one of the most intelligent lifeforms in the universe, Brain King felt that it was a little too late for him to realize this. Sitting upright in a leather chair, he rubbed the space between his eyebrows, feeling a bit of a headache. "Lord Brain King, are you okay?" asked the secret envoy of the Brain King clan next to him. "I'm fine." Brain King shook his head. "Go, get me a primordial black crystal skull made of better material. My skull hurts." "Yes, Lord Brain King." The secret envoy nodded. Brain King struggled fiercely in his heart. He knew that he had provoked a terrifying almighty, one that even the divine dragons didn't dare to provoke. Not only did they not dare to provoke him, but they also had to curry favor with him, but he couldn't stop his plan. At this point, Brain King felt that he could only go all out. This matter concerned the fate of the entire Brain King clan. Brain King Star's planet core had always been operating by absorbing the brainwaves it emitted. Its lifespan was coming to an end, and the aging trend on Brain King Star was too severe. The brainwaves provided by the planet's residents after they died could no longer maintain the planet's operations. Left with no choice, Brain King had to take the risk and devour the alien brain. Just a few years ago, he had detected a set of strong brainwave data, which was emitted from Earth. From that moment on, Brain King knew. On Earth, there were intelligent beings who surpassed Brain King Planet. If he wanted to save the inhabitants of an entire planet, he had to find this wise man. Brain King was well aware that this move of his was now in the teeth of the storm, and it could be said to be extremely dangerous. But now, he had no other choice. At this thought, Brain King looked up at the void and muttered, "That sage of Earth, I'm sorry. In order to save my people, I can only sacrifice you. No matter what price I have to pay. I will definitely find you, Lord Brain King. The new skulls have been delivered," the secret emissary suddenly returned. "Yes, help me put it on. Also." Brain King got up. "I'm going to Earth. Brother Octopus is dead, and I don't have much time left, so I've decided to do it myself." On the other side, following the sudden death of the mechanical octopus, the prison Mahjong Trio's operation became smoother. Group Leader Detention Island was originally an independent space created by the Brain King clan using data, and couldn't be cracked through normal means. However, when the terminal router was destroyed and the network disconnected, Detention Island's loopholes immediately became apparent. Evil Sword God slashed out 3 times in a row and punched 3 big holes in Detention Island. All the group leaders who had been imprisoned on Detention Island without seeing the light of day were finally set free today. There had once been a director who made a movie called Django Rescued. Evil Sword God felt that this historic scene could totally be made into a movie called Fat Otaku Rescued. How wonderful was the taste of freedom. The moment these imprisoned group leaders were set free, it could be said that they were deeply moved and deeply experienced. They finally felt like they were going to throw up as they ate junk food and repeated the task of farming equipment on Group Leader Detention Island. What used to be incomparably fun now almost gave them lingering fear at the sight of it. However, what came next was a new round of sentencing. At Songhai First Prison, Warden Liang sent dozens of prison cars to Crow County, which were parked all over the street. Crow County's internet cafe became an exit from Group Leader Detention Island. Handcuffed, these group leaders of the Water Army were led out in an orderly manner by the prison guards. A lot of them had complicated expressions on their faces, and some were even smiling. This definitely wasn't a sign that they were broken. Instead, it was a sense of relief that they had been set free. "Hey, food delivery guy, how long are these people going to be locked up for?" the old devil asked a prison guard little brother. "You've done a great service this time." The prison guard little brother replied with a smile, "Based on the crime of disrupting network security, they'll be sentenced to between 1 to 12 months. Some people who committed online fraud will be sentenced based on the amount of money they defrauded. Most people might be sentenced to 10 or even 20 years. But they won't be sentenced to death." He could be considered a veteran of Songhai First Prison, and was also part of the Special Punishment Unit. He often delivered food to the old devil and the others, and could be said to be very familiar with the prison trio. "I see." The trio nodded. "Also, can you not call me food delivery guy? I have a name, I'm Guazurin," the prison guard little brother said helplessly. Gwazwaran, the old devil had actually heard this little brother introduce himself before, and somehow felt that this person's name sounded a little familiar. Furthermore, looking at this person's face and facial features, he felt that this person was somehow related to someone he had come into contact with before, and might even be related by blood. But who on earth was it? The old devil couldn't quite remember. Old Liang is very happy that this case has been solved. You can have an extra meal tonight. Tell me what you want, Gwazwaran said. Can we have some wine to drink? The trio looked at each other with tacit understanding, and then the old devil came forward to ask. What brand? Gwazwaran asked. Anything is fine. Tonight is an exception. Then a bottle of Drunken Moon Resident. Which Drunken Moon? Drunken Mouth, moon as in moonlight. Oh. Gwazwaran nodded. No problem. Drunken Moon Resident was an old brand of immortal brew. It was very famous, and naturally there were a lot of pirated versions. There were now many Drunken Moon Resident on the market, such as Drunken Moon, Sinful Moon and so on. So it was very important to know the name. Chapter 947. September 5th, the 23rd day of the summer vacation. There was still about a month to go before the end of the summer break, and every cultivation high school's return date was brought forward. That was to say, even though school started on October 7th, students had to hand in their homework and take a new round of entrance tests on October 1st. After half a year, Wang Ling still remembered the awkwardness he had felt when he had just entered number 60 high school. The new entrance test wouldn't affect the class allocation, and would only assess each student's overall ability after half a year of study. There were improvements, but there were also those who dropped the ball. The key was the extent of the improvement. And this was the new problem of suppressing his score that Wang Ling was now facing. This test was much more difficult to suppress, because he had to clearly know the learning situation of everyone in his class, then calculate the extent of their improvement, and finally decide how much he had improved. That was right, even if it was the extent of his improvement, Wang Ling had to keep his marks down and maintain his ranking among the progressives in class. Wang Ling had never been a procrastinator when it came to summer homework. He wasn't like 99% of people who would choose to cram in a fast food restaurant in the last few days of the holiday. When it came to homework, Wang Ling preferred to do it in an orderly manner. Furthermore, he didn't need to do some copying himself. When it came to handwriting, he had already stored a database of all the fonts in the world in his brain, and it was fairly easy to use the great horse healing technique to imitate handwriting. Thus, even if he didn't practice writing, he didn't have to worry about his handwriting being ugly. Every time he handed in his homework, including for exams, Teacher Pan always felt that Wang Ling's handwriting looked as if it had been printed out. Each word was square and neat. My last summer vacation is to write a report. This was also the homework assigned by every homeroom teacher. It was something that must be completed, and it was also a bonus for graduation. He actually didn't care whether he got extra points or not, but points would be deducted if he didn't write the report. The topic of the report, my classmate. Requirements: after spending half a semester together, you must have gotten to know and understand your classmates. Please write an evaluation of at least 800 words for each of the 5 classmates you are most familiar with. Talk about how you got to know them and how you got to know them. Don't make things up. The story must be true. You can complain, but don't use any insulting words. Wang Ling mentally searched through Teacher Pan's homework requirements, and unexpectedly felt a sense of melancholy that he hadn't felt in a long time. An essay of 800 words wasn't much, but it was a bit much to write 5 essays. The main point was that he couldn't let pen and eraser do this for him. These two gremlins wrote mechanically. Wang Ling remembered that when Pen had written an essay for him previously, the language teacher had commented at the bottom, "Why didn't you copy out the classic collection of good words and good sentences?" Therefore, that assignment, the language teacher gave a low grade. The drawback of mechanical writing is that what is written is devoid of emotion, and there are too many traces of selective copying of essays. This time, he wanted to write a true story. He felt that he needed to at least have a deeper understanding of these 5 people before he could start writing. And when it came to the 5 people who had the deepest relationship with him in class, Super Chin, Dopey Gua, Feather Lin, Little Peanut, as well as Lotus Sun, whom the author actually didn't know but whom she still hadn't forgotten, out of the 5 of them, he had put 4 of them on the "Be Wary" list at the beginning of the semester. In the blink of an eye, half a semester had passed. Time really flies by. Wang Ling couldn't help but murmur. After writing more than 900 chapters, only half a semester had passed. In fact, Wang Ling didn't know how many chapters this author would have to finish writing before he graduated from high school. No, perhaps he should ask, how many days would it take for him to finish writing? After all, this shameless and unprincipled author only updated 1 chapter a day. Every time he thought of this, Wang Ling couldn't help taking a deep breath. He calmed himself down, then opened his eyes. When the golden petals bloomed in his pupils, the power of the king's eye had already been completely released. A ray of light penetrated the void and opened up a piece of past history. He was searching through memories of Super Chin. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ling had already moved from his desk to a sea of stars. This was the memory space that the king's eye had penetrated, and at that moment, all around him were fragments of Super Chen's memories. He stretched out his hand and grasped a fragment in his palm, a memory that didn't belong to Wang Ling suddenly appeared in his mind. All kinds of memories and scenes appeared vividly on the paper like old photos. For 1,383 years, Super Chin could already remember things when he was 3 years old. The Chin family ran a martial arts dojo, and Father Chin was the head of the dojo. One night in late December, the weather in Shanghai City suddenly turned cold, and a biting cold wind drifted down with snowflakes. When Super Chin woke up, there was already a thick layer of snow outside. The sky had just brightened, and the outside world was covered in pure white. The faint light from the clouds shone on the snowflakes, and Super Chin opened his eyes a little uncomfortably. It was actually not even 6 o'clock. That night, Super Chin slept in his family's dojo. When he opened his eyes, he could already hear the sound of wooden dummies being struck outside. In the courtyard in front of the dojo, Father Chin had set up some martial arts training equipment. 3-year-old Super Chin didn't fully understand how on earth they worked, but he knew that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to deal with them every day. In the courtyard, Father Chin was bare-chested, revealing his firm muscles as he wrestled with the wooden dummies in the courtyard barefoot. He stretched out his fist and then swiftly pulled it back. His movements were as swift and violent as a viper's, and Super Chin's eyes couldn't even catch the shadow of his fist. Father Chin had deliberately let Super Chin live in the dojo. For generations, the Chin family had cultivated ancient body techniques, and in this era of national cultivation, body techniques were still indispensable. But now, more and more children would rather become spellcasters who cast fireballs from the back than be men who used their exquisite physical skills to charge and break through enemy lines. In Father Chen's view, a real man should charge forward, instead of hiding in the back and casting spells. Seeing that Super Chin had woken up, Father Chin knew that his time had come. He completely suppressed his aura and exhaled white air. The white air was as long as a flying dragon's breath, and it actually shot out over 10 meters away. Super Chen's little mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Do you want to learn, child?" Father Chin looked at Super Chin. "Yes." Super Chin was already infected. "Good boy." Father Chin rubbed Super Chen's round little head, picked him up from the inner room, and carried him to an old locust tree. "Father Chin, go on, child." Super Chin. "Father Chin, if you want to practice martial arts, you have to rub trees first. From today onwards, use your hands to rub tree bark until the tree is bald." Super Chin. Wang Ling, Sogu reading URL. Chapter 948. When cultivating body techniques, the foundation was naturally extremely important. Father Chin had a special cultivation method for this, and that was to rub trees. By rubbing his palms against the rough bark, he could train the strength of his 2 forearms. During this process, he could maintain a horse stance, which would also help him pour the little spirit qi he breathed into his dantian, thus achieving a self-circulation of spirit qi in his body. He didn't need the help of any medicine. Given time, he would be able to advance from body refinement to qi condensation in just a few years. Although there were a lot of medicine on the market for cultivation aids before the golden core stage, and it wasn't like the Chen family couldn't afford them at all, children who took pills didn't have as strong a foundation as those who worked steadily. At the same realm, children who took pills clearly didn't have enough stamina in battle, and would feel tired after fighting for a while. This was in fact the reason why more and more people now chose to become mages. Body techniques consumed too much energy, and children who took pills would be defeated after a few punches. This had also created a vicious cycle in modern preschool education. It was unknown when, but in the eyes of some children, body techniques had already become outdated techniques. It was as if only those who could release fireballs and water bombs were the real cultivators. Dad. I can't take it anymore. In the first month of training, Super Chen felt like he was going to die. His palms often bled from the friction, and some of the blood dripped onto the snow on the ground, slowly melting it into steam. An old steed has great ambitions, and an old tree has deep roots. Do you know what it means? Dad, are you telling me to lay a good foundation? 3-year-old Super Chen didn't understand. No, it means that you're in trouble. You mustn't be afraid. Father Chen said loudly, you have to go, rub him. Super Chen, come on, follow my rhythm. Envoy, keep rubbing trees, rub him. Father Chen was excited. Super Chen rubbed his palms against the bark, and it hurt so much that he was about to cry. Father Chen gave instructions from the back. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Keep working hard. One more time. Super Chen, Wang Ling. So that year, 3-year-old Super Chen rubbed trees day after day, and finally comprehended the profound meaning of the iron palm at the age of 4. It was clear that while Super Chen's childhood seemed boring, it had in fact been fruitful. Children in the cultivation world were enlightened at a relatively early age. Super Chen could already speak fluently at the age of 3, which proved that his aptitude wasn't bad. Father Chen clearly saw this point, which was why he had decided to help Super Chen establish his foundation early. In his sea of memories, Wang Ling reached out and plucked out a silver-gray memory fragment. This was a dark-colored fragment, which represented a heavy and unpleasant memory. It was not like most of the other fragments, which were colored like glass. Wang Ling pinched the fragment in his hand, then slowly closed his eyes. This time, he decided to observe Super Chen's world from a closer distance. Thus, a 4-year-old girl named Wang Xiaoling appeared in Super Chen's memory world. This was a transformation phenomenon formed by combining the King's Eye and the Great Memory Spell, which was used to conceal one's identity. In his memory, Super Chen could see Wang Ling as Wang Xiaoling actually existed. Wang Xiaoling had always been an important part of Super Chen's memories, but in order not to affect the order of the memory world, the King's Eye had transformed itself into this girl. This was a little like a first-person view of the plot, which allowed him to observe Super Chen up close. The silver-gray memory fragments represented huge changes and disasters in life. Wang Ling transformed into Wang Xiaoling and observed the world with the false identity of a little girl. In an instant, he felt the scene in front of him grow bigger. In a child's world, everything seemed so lofty. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in a park, surrounded by several naughty children. Your mother is the woman who picks up trash nearby, right? Every day, you come to my house to collect the broken jars. They're smelly and dirty. Disgusting. The speaker was a fatty whom Wang Ling didn't recognize. But he knew this girl in Super Chen's memory. Now that he had transformed into this girl, he also shared her memories. The fatty who had spoken was called Tiger Liang, and he came from a very rich family. His father ran a magic dojo for children called Balance Dojo, which was a business rival of Super Chen's father. In this neighborhood, the only reputable dojos were Super Chen's Strength Super Body Techniques Dojo and Tiger Liang's Balance Magic Dojo. However, Tiger Liang's family's business had been booming over the years, and their reputation had almost eclipsed the Chen family's. Wang Ling didn't say anything, because the Wang Xiaoling he had transformed into was actually a mute. But he had the little girl's memories, and could feel her fear. This made Wang Ling a little uncomfortable. Should he make a move? Wang Ling hesitated. He knew very well what kind of changes he would bring about if he made a move. Maybe the world line of this memory would change. He was silent in his heart, and decided to endure it for the time being and see how things developed. Besides, he really didn't need to lower himself to the level of a bunch of brats. Every single person had a silver-gray memory fragment in their life. This represented a great calamity that they had to endure. This calamity could only be overcome, and it could not be avoided. For example, when Wang Ling had been 6 years old, Loopy Toad had fallen from the sky and smashed his Crispy Noodle Snacks flagship store. That had been one of the catastrophes. Wang Ling knew that even if he forcibly changed the course here, Super Chen might run into even bigger trouble in the future. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out in his ear. It was Super Chen's voice. Let go of that girl. Super Chen suddenly appeared in front of Wang Ling, his arms crossed. Wang Ling synchronized the girl's memories, and in that moment, he felt that Super Chen was a hero who had fallen from the sky. Brother Tiger, this is Super Chen from the Chen family. He doesn't look easy to deal with. That's right, Super Chen has been cultivating body skills since he was 3, and I heard he's made some progress. Tiger Liang had 2 lackeys by his side. They were both student members of the Balance Magic Center, and they followed Tiger Liang's lead. Similarly, as Tiger Liang's lackeys, they also enjoyed discounts on their courses, with one person getting a 40% discount. Magic Dojo's enrollment was unprecedented, and parents would deliberately get close to Tiger Liang to save money. Thus, the number of lackeys around Tiger Liang would only increase. Super Chen. You're from that Strength Super Dojo, right? Body skills? Tiger Liang smiled. He opened his palm and released a fireball. Let's see if your body skills are fierce or if my fireball is more powerful. Taking a deep breath, Super Chen walked up to Tiger Liang and stared at him. If you don't leave now, you might be crippled with this palm of mine. Ha ha ha. You think you know Buddha's palm? You're only 4, how can you fight me? An idiot. A mute. Tiger Liang laughed. Bang. Without another word, Super Chen's palm struck Tiger Liang's leg so fast that Tiger Liang couldn't follow it at all. I don't know Buddha's palm, but I can still use the iron sand palm. Super Chen withdrew his technique. Ah! Tiger Liang cried out in pain and hurriedly grabbed his leg. But Tiger Liang forgot to withdraw his fireball, and just like that, it exploded on his leg. That year, Super Chen had made a move for the first time. He had used his body skills to save a girl. He had been 4 years old. Love Shang Mobile Reading Address. Chapter 949. In the hospital, Tiger Liang, who had been injured by the fireball spell, was wailing bitterly. It was hard to believe that a 10-year-old child would actually be bullied by 2 4-year-old kids. It's him. And her. The 2 of them teamed up to bully me. It was supposed to be a one-on-one duel, but in the end, this Chen guy didn't play by the rules and attacked in the middle of the duel. I was hit by the fireball spell. Father, you have to believe me, it's not my fault. It's all their fault. The world's fault. His lackeys nodded repeatedly and echoed him on the side. Right, 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 it's just like Brother Tiger said, they're bullying people. They're shameless. Super Chen didn't defend himself from beginning to end. He knew that the surveillance footage around the park was damaged, so it would be useless no matter what he said. Tiger Liang could twist the truth and say anything. Wang Xiaoling was mute and couldn't speak, she didn't even know a few words. Tiger Liang was the one who complained first, and Wang Xiaoling shook her head repeatedly, unable to argue back. Wang Ling, who was in the girl's body, could very clearly feel her helplessness. Don't be afraid. Super Chen shielded Wang Xiaoling behind him, as if she wasn't an outsider but his own little sister. Father Chen had taught him that people who cultivated body techniques had to know how to persevere. Just like that old locust tree in front of the dojo whose bark had already been peeled off, even without its skin, it would naturally still stand firm, and would never fall no matter what the seasons changed. Tiger Liang's father had already arrived. Seeing his son's pained expression, his gaze on Super Chen gradually turned cold, and he snorted coldly. You uncultured little bastard, if your father doesn't teach you, I'll teach you in his place. He punched at Super Chen. Tiger Liang's father, Liang Heng, was at the foundation establishment stage. This punch was so fast that Super Chen could only catch the shadow of it. He wasn't a cultivator who focused on body techniques, so his fist moved a little slower. Super Chen felt that he really couldn't compare to his father. Super Chen felt that he could completely dodge this punch by predicting where the shadow fist would attack. He gritted his teeth and revealed an unyielding gaze that was unique to him. The resoluteness in his gaze seemed to touch a chord in Liang Heng's heart. This was the expression of a man. This was the fearless backbone of a child who had practiced physical arts for a year. To tell the truth, Liang Heng was a little envious. He knew that his Tiger Liang was already a far cry from Super Chen's mental state. In that instant, Liang Heng felt angry in his heart. Facing Super Chen's gaze, he found that for a moment, he couldn't bring himself to make a move. Thus, he swung his fist at Wang Ling on the side. Super Chen wasn't afraid of him, since he would get into trouble if he hit him, but this little girl was different. Her mother was just a garbage collector, and this girl was mute. Even if he bullied her, what could he do? Liang Heng was emboldened. He instantly changed his target and attacked Wang Xiaoling. You! Super Chen wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Bang! Instead of hitting Wang Ling, the punch hit a figure that had quickly appeared. It was a stalwart man with a broad back. Father! Super Chen was on the verge of tears. His eyes were full of grievance, but they never fell. Son, straighten your back, don't be afraid. You want to ask why? Because I'm here. Super Chen, Wang Ling, Father Chen gripped Liang Heng's fist firmly. Old Liang, isn't hitting a little girl a little too petty? Seeing that his punch had failed, Liang Heng shrugged. The wicked will be punished by the wicked. You bullied my son, but don't think this matter will be forgotten. Actually, you know the truth very well. Children are young, and quarrels are inevitable. If you indulge them, you'll only harm your little tiger. Father Chen laughed. That's all I have to say. I've already paid the medical fees. Old Liang, I hope you'll follow the rules and stop making trouble for my son and this poor little girl for the sake of the fact that we're from the same school at university. Father Chen sighed in his heart. Be that as it may, the enmity between their martial arts dojo and the Liang family's magic dojo had been thoroughly established. Father Chen couldn't be any clearer about Liang Heng. He had been competitive ever since he was in university. Now that his 10-year-old son Tiger Liang had been beaten up and injured by 4-year-old Super Chen, it was the same as smashing the reputation of his family's magic dojo in his own hands. Son, let's go. Father Chen shielded Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling and prepared to leave. In the hospital bed, Tiger Liang suddenly yelled, Father! You can't let them go. Shut up. Liang Heng glared at Tiger Liang, and Tiger Liang was so frightened that he instantly stopped talking. He knew that what he had done was indeed too humiliating. Father, it's 2 against 1. Shut up. Liang Heng was so angry that he didn't know what to do. What if *** king 2 against 1? You, a 10-year-old, can't handle 2 4-year-old children? How embarrassing is that? The most embarrassing thing was that a lot of people in the hospital who had nothing to do with Tiger Liang's yelling made fun of him. Liang Heng could be considered a celebrity in this area, and a celebrity's joke was always funnier, but Tiger Liang didn't realize this at all. He felt especially aggrieved. He had been spoiled since he was young. When had he ever suffered like this? It was all that damn garbage collector's fault. I'll remember this. Just you wait. Tiger Liang shouted at the backs of the Qin father and son as well as Wang Xiaoling. At that moment, Father Qin stopped and turned his head to size up Tiger Liang, who was wrapped around his legs like a dumpling. What are you looking at? Tiger Liang was a little scared. Father Qin laughed. It's nothing, Uncle Qin suddenly thought I should show some concern for you. Tiger Liang, concern for me? Then have Super Qin bow and apologize to me. No. He's the younger brother, he has to kowtow and apologize. You misunderstand. Father Qin shook his head. Uncle Qin wants to ask you if you finished your winter holiday homework. Tiger Liang, Father Qin, how many marks did you get for the final exam? Tiger Liang, Father Qin, what's your ranking in class? What's your ranking in the grade? Did I ask you, how many which friends does Sun Wukong have? Tiger Liang, Father Qin, you're in grade 3, and you'll be in grade 1 in 2 years. How's your cultivation progress? What level are you at now? Is there any hope for you to reach the Qi refinement stage in grade 6? Tiger Liang, Father Chen's questions seemed simple, but each one hit the nail on the head, and Tiger Liang, who was lying in bed, was instantly rendered speechless. Like an idiot, Tiger Liang opened his mouth and couldn't say a word for a long time. Fine. Pack up. Home. Father Chen was in a great mood, and he left with Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling. The 2 4-year-old children were utterly shaken by Father Chen's operation. And it was also on that day that the 4-year-old Super Chen suddenly understood something. It turned out that sometimes you didn't even need to use your hands to hurt someone deeply. The seed of verbal cannon started to sprout in Super Chen's young heart. Chapter 950. Ever since Father Chen's tiger-like verbal attack on Tiger Liang in the hospital, 4-year-old Super Chen seemed to have comprehended something related to the art of language. So, the next day, Super Chen didn't continue to stare at the half-bald old locust tree, but sat under the locust tree with a copy of the Encyclopedia of Mutual Existence in his hands. Father Chen thought that Super Chen had probably been traumatized by what had happened yesterday, and hadn't come back to his senses yet. Sitting under the locust tree and reading from a distance looked like he was suffering from autism. He wasn't in a hurry to urge Super Chen to cultivate, but sat down next to him and carefully counseled him. Son, cultivate body techniques and cultivate your mind and character. I'm very pleased that you stepped forward bravely yesterday to save that poor mute girl. To be honest, Super Chen had made a lot of progress. As a father, Chen Yi indeed felt a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. Nowadays, it took courage to help an old lady who had fallen down, let alone to face several children who were 5 or 6 years older than you. Father Chen felt that Super Chen had 100% inherited his genes in his bones. He was a little headstrong, a little hot-blooded, and had a fearless personality, which was even more so than Father Chen himself. In Father Chen's opinion, Super Chen was even braver at 4 years old than when he was 4. So Father Chen didn't blame Super Chen at all for hitting Tiger Liang yesterday, and instead took it upon himself. The Liang family's father and son were as clear as a mirror on what was right and wrong. Yesterday, Father Chen had paid the medical fees on the spot, and Liang Hen couldn't find fault with him at all. Instead, it was his disappointing son who refused to give up in the hospital, which made a lot of people laugh at him. But who knew what had gone wrong, and Super Chen seemed a little autistic today. Father Chen organized his words and wanted to clarify. Son, you didn't do anything wrong yesterday, so, I know. Holding the Encyclopedia of Mutual Existence in his hands, Super Chen replied, Dad, I'm now pursuing the art of language. Language, the art of language? A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Dad, you left Tiger Liang speechless yesterday, you were so cool. So I think that apart from cultivating my body and limbs, I should also cultivate my mouth, Super Chen replied excitedly. For a moment, Father Chen was speechless. As it turned out, something had gone wrong in the last segment yesterday. At the time, he really couldn't stand the sight of Tiger Liang's unrelenting and vile attitude, which was why he had spoken up. It was actually very easy to teach this kind of brat a lesson. Just the few questions he had asked yesterday were enough to hit the nail on the head for an ignorant and incompetent second-generation rich kid like Tiger Liang. Father Chen never thought that he would inadvertently inspire his son's fascination with pursuing the art of language. He couldn't help but laugh. Then what art of language did you discover in this complete collection of crosstalk? 4-year-old Super Chen thought for a bit, then answered seriously, smoke. Father Chen, Super Chen, drink. Father Chen, Super Chen, and a perm. Father Chen, but you're a kid. Minors aren't allowed to smoke or drink, this is our family rule. Super Chen, but, isn't it still scalded? You're right, son. Father Chen smiled slightly. And so, when Super Chen was 4 years old, in order to stop his son from pursuing the art of language excessively and concentrate on cultivating body techniques, Father Chen tricked Super Chen into going to the barber shop, and gave the barber a common code word for haircuts: just cut my son's hair a little shorter. That year, Super Chen was 4 years old. That year, Super Chen's hairstyle became a crew cut. Moreover, this crew cut had lasted until today. After the friction with the Liang family, the business of the Chen family's strength super martial arts dojo suddenly improved. In this new month, the martial arts dojo had recruited nearly 20 more disciples. Many of them were preschool students, and weren't much older than Super Chen. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the Liang family's Balance Magic Dojo had always been the signature dojo in this area. But the son of the dojo's director, Tiger Liang, a 10-year-old child, had lost to 4-year-old Super Chen, and word of this had spread from the hospital. So that day, everyone marveled at the power of the iron sand palm. No one had thought that a 4-year-old child would be able to turn Tiger Liang into a mummy with one palm strike. Of course, there was naturally some exaggeration in this matter. After all, no one had personally experienced it. The first person to spread the news was just relying on hearsay, combined with Tiger Liang's pitiful and tragic picture, and looking at the picture, they could speak for themselves. Second, the fight between Super Chen and Tiger Liang had directly helped Strength Super Martial Arts Dojo become famous. The body techniques dojo that Father Chen ran originally had a pretty good reputation, but since the rise of magic, the number of apprentices in the dojo had slowly dwindled. And now, this fight had forcibly increased the dojo's traffic, plus, people were animals that liked to follow the trend. When parents felt that other people's children were more outstanding, their first reaction definitely wasn't whether there was something wrong with their own children's learning ability, but that it was definitely the way they were making up for it. Time for Super Chen and Tiger Liang. After the matter with Tiger Liang, some parents immediately signed up for Father Chen's Body Techniques Dojo. However, more and more people signed up, and a lot of them had refunded their tuition fees from Balance Dojo to sign up here. Father Chen could almost imagine Liang Heng's angry and stifled expression. In short, this matter had its pros and cons for Father Chen. The pro was that their family's business had improved, and they no longer had to kneel on a washboard when they went home at night because of poor business, but the con was also very obvious. His senior brother Liang Heng had liked to compete with him from the very beginning. Back then, a female university teacher had kissed him because of Truth or Dare, and his senior brother had thought that she was his girlfriend. The next month, he had conquered her, and then performed a French kiss in front of him on Valentine's Day. Now that Father Chen had inadvertently stolen Balance Dojo's business, who knew what this unlucky senior brother would do to deal with him? Father Chen didn't care. He looked at Super Chen in the courtyard and couldn't help feeling a little worried. While he was thinking, a pair of familiar figures appeared at the entrance of their courtyard. Wang Xiaoling and her mother appeared at the entrance of the Chen family training hall. The mother-daughter pair leaned against each other as they stood under the signboard that read, Strength Super Training Hall. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and some timidity. "I'm here to see the dojo master," Wang Xiaoling's mother said in a trembling voice. Chapter 951. It was Wang Xiaoling's mother. Father Chen could tell at a glance that the woman was very dirty, but she seemed to have great courage as she stood timidly at the entrance of the dojo with her daughter. She didn't even dare raise her head, and only looked around at everything in the dojo out of the corner of her eye. Her shoes were already very old, but the woman had clearly washed them again for the sake of coming to the dojo, but they were still covered in dust. "Come in." Father Chen smiled. He had met Wang Xiaoling's mother before, and felt that she wasn't an easy woman. The Chen family would store up the old things and cans at home and put them in a fixed place for Wang Xiaoling's mother to recycle. Of course, there was no charge. Father Chen and Mother Chen were very warm-hearted people, and knew how difficult it was for a mother to raise a mute girl. Standing here now and feeling the girl's synchronized memories, Wang Ling was deeply moved. In Wang Xiaoling's heart, she was very grateful. Although Wang Xiaoling was very young, Super Chen had saved her. Wang Xiaoling didn't know what it was like to like someone, but she was now standing at the entrance of the dojo. Like her mother, she had mustered up the courage to come here. The moment he saw Super Chen, Wang Ling could clearly feel his face unconsciously start to burn hot. This feeling of being the first person in the story was really a little strange to Wang Ling, but looking at the development of the story, it was very clear that this, Wang Xiaoling, was an important part of Super Chen's childhood. Every time he thought of this, Wang Ling couldn't help feeling conflicted. The memory fragment he had grabbed earlier about Wang Xiaoling was gray. This indicated that the story about Wang Xiaoling wasn't going to end well, thus, Wang Ling was very curious about how the story would develop. Although Father Chen had already invited her, Xiaoling's mom stood outside the dojo and didn't dare come in. The dojo was too clean, and she was afraid that she would dirty it. After careful consideration, she decided not to go in. Standing at the entrance, she bowed to Father Chen with Wang Xiaoling. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, please accept these." The woman clutched the bag in her hand, looking a little nervous. Inside were the spirit fruits they had just bought. Actually, these spirit fruits weren't worth much to most people, but Father Chen knew Xiaoling's family situation, and this was already the best Xiaoling's mom could come up with. The right and wrong in this matter will be decided by the public. Xiaoling's mom, you don't need to be so polite. I'll take these fruits. Father Chen accepted the bag of spirit fruits. But the truth wasn't that he coveted the sweetness of the fruits, but he didn't want them, but he didn't want Xiaoling's mom. He just wanted Xiaoling's mom's. Of Xiaoling's heart. Chen's mom. Xiaoling's mom, Chen's mom is. It was almost evening, and almost all the kids in the dojo had left. Only Super Chen, Xiaoling, and Xiaoling were left. Seeing that Xiaoling's mom couldn't make up her mind, Super Chen simply stepped forward and pulled Xiaoling away. The two of them ran to the back of the dojo, where some of Super Chen's toys were kept. Xiaoling's mom felt a little embarrassed at this enthusiasm, but when she saw her daughter actually smile the moment Super Chen pulled her away, she was stunned for a moment. She hesitated at the entrance, then finally took off her shoes and stepped barefoot on the cold wooden floor of the Taoist temple. The two of them sat down on the yoga mat, and Father Chen got straight to the point. Xiaoling's mom, there's something I need your help with. Me? Help? Xiaoling's mom thought she had heard wrong, and didn't dare believe it. She was just a trash collector, how could she help? It's like this. My Super Chen is going to be 5 soon, which is the right age to learn swordsmanship. I'm going to teach him swordsmanship. His foundation in swordsmanship is 0. Generally speaking, the best way to practice swordsmanship is to find someone of the same age to practice with, that's the best way to do it. Xiaoling can't speak, but I can see that she's a smart girl. She plays well with our Super Chen, and she's the right age. On the side, Wang Ling was playing with Super Chen inside Wang Xiaoling's body. These were all memory fragments. When Wang Ling didn't want to move, his body would move on its own to reproduce the plot in his memory, so while he played with Super Chen, he was also eavesdropping on Father Chen and the others. He somehow felt that Father Chen was going on a blind date when he said this. Unfortunately, Father Chen wasn't Father Wang, nor was he a scholar. He had already tried very hard to weave his words so that his request didn't sound like a blind date. But it was clear that he had failed. Forget about a foundation in swordsmanship, our Xiaoling doesn't even have a foundation in anything else. Xiaoling's mom was a little worried. You don't have to worry about that, I just need to find a sparring partner for our Super Chen. Father Chen said, our body techniques dojo also has swordsmanship classes, and I have a wise saying, sword and body are inseparable, and both styles blossom. Xiaoling's mom, Wang Ling, was stunned. What freaking blossom? Of course, Xiaoling won't be a sparring partner for nothing. After that, you and your daughter can live in the dormitory behind the dojo, just like some of the boarding kids in our dojo. Then, every month, I'll pay Xiaoling some training fees. Xiaoling can also take this opportunity to learn some self-defense techniques, so that she won't be bullied by brats like Tiger Liang again. Father Chen spoke tirelessly and sincerely. What do you think, Xiaoling's mom? Xiaoling's mom was deeply moved by these words. She was well aware that Chen Yi was helping her and her daughter. At that moment, Xiaoling's mom's heart trembled with gratitude, fear, and more than anything, fear and trepidation. Her eyes were fixed on Xiaoling, who was playing with Super Chen a short distance away. It had been a long time since Xiaoling had that kind of smile on her face. They were pitiful mother and daughter who had survived domestic violence. Since Xiaoling's father's death, there had been no more domestic violence in their lives, but Xiaoling could no longer speak, then let Xiaoling stay. Xiaoling's mom lowered her head. In the end, she was too embarrassed to stay and cause trouble for Father Chen. I still have some recycling business over there. If I move here, they won't be able to find me. No problem, Xiaoling's mom. Don't worry, leave Xiaoling to me. I'll still leave a double room for you and Xiaoling in the dormitory behind. If you want to see Xiaoling and keep her company, you can come over anytime. Father Chen nodded. He knew that this was the only way things could go for now. Chapter 952. The sword and the body were inseparable, and the style blossomed in both. Although Father Chen had made this up, he hadn't said it casually. It had to be known that a play wasn't nonsense, and an adaptation wasn't a fabrication. In high school, the study of swordsmanship and body techniques was included in PE class under the guidance of a PE teacher. At the university level, the classification would be more detailed. Before high school, the Alliance of 10,000 schools had a general study program that required students to master the use of one basic weapon, and that weapon was the sword. 10,000 swords were inseparable, and learning swordsmanship would also benefit from using other weapons. Before university, the swordsmanship exam had always been a very important part of the exam. In contrast, after university, there were many different types of weapons that could be learned. Apart from students who chose to study swordsmanship was no longer a compulsory course. Swordsmanship exams started in the second grade of primary school. Super Chen was only 4 years old, but he still had to master the necessary basics. Wang Ling could imagine how strict Father Chen's training was, especially for children born into an ancient martial arts family. After all, not everyone in this world was like him, who was born knowing everything. Wang Ling hadn't studied swordsmanship, and didn't have any foundation in it, but he knew the most profound of sword Dao divine abilities. The advantage of this was that he didn't need to use his sword at all in a fight, and it was almost completely automatic. Thus, he wasn't very willing to use his sword every time he fought, because it gave him no fighting experience at all. Once he used his sword, it was just like a pain in the ass in domestic mobile games. In contrast, slapping was more satisfying. That night, at Father Chen's kind invitation, Xiaoling's mom stayed at the dojo for dinner, then went to her shabby little rental house that very night to sort out Xiaoling's clothes and bring them over. These were all old clothes, some of which were gifts. Xiaoling's mom said that there were also diapers that Xiaolongna had used, but Father Chen didn't know if that was true or not. Holding these clothes, Father Chen was a little moved. Xiaoling's mom was pretty popular in the neighborhood. Apart from those unreasonable people in the Liang family, basically no one made things difficult for her and her mother. I'll take good care of her. If Xiaoling's mom misses Xiaoling, you can come over anytime. Father Chen smiled. Xiaoling's mom felt her nose sting, and her heart was moved. There were a lot of things she wanted to say, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. Father Chen bowed deeply. Thank you for taking care of me. Xiaoling's mother was most worried about Xiaoling not having anyone to look after her at home. They were in financial difficulties and couldn't afford to go to school or kindergarten. Xiaoling was about to reach the age of primary school. Father Chen's help had in fact solved the mother and daughter's desperate situation. Of course, Father Chen wasn't a good person. He did pity Xiaoling and her mother, but part of the truth was that Xiaoling's roots were indeed pretty good. Father Chen had noticed this on his way back from the hospital. Although Father Chen's realm wasn't high and was only at the foundation establishment stage, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator. However, he had been the owner of the body technique dojo for many years after all. He could see Xiaoling's talent just by looking at her. But as Xiaoling's mom had said, Xiaoling hadn't had any formal training before, so she would definitely be at a disadvantage in a real fight with Super Chen. But Father Chen already had a plan for this problem. The next day, Father Chen prepared two 20-kilogram sports bracelets for Super Chen to carry more weight. The bracelets looked very small, but were in fact very heavy. Super Chen wasn't prepared when he took them, and his center of gravity shifted forward, almost causing him to fall forward. Dad, what's this? Super Chen asked. Weight-bearing bracelets made of a high-density material. They look light, but they're actually very heavy. After that, you can wear them when you train with Xiaoling, it'll be fairer, Father Chen said. Do I really have to fight her? Super Chen was a little embarrassed. Do you think your dad is the Virgin Mary or a living bodhisattva? As I said yesterday, Xiaoling's roots are pretty good. Both of you have zero foundation in swordsmanship, so she's perfect as your opponent. After saying that, Father Chen gave Xiaoling and Super Chen one plastic sword each. Wang Ling knew that these were swords specially used for training, and were especially for sword Dao novices. When they came into contact with a human body during a spar, the blades would immediately become as soft as jelly, and there was no need to worry about hurting the other party. But these kinds of training swords weren't cheap. When Wang Ling had checked Father Chen's dojo storeroom before, it had only been filled with wooden swords. These two training swords looked very new, and Father Chen had probably just bought them. Wang Ling felt that Father Chen lived up to his name, he was loyal to his friends, kept his promises, and knew how to conduct himself. Although Wang Xiaoling's life had been miserable, it was good fortune for her to have met Father Chen. In some ways, Wang Ling deeply felt that Super Chen had definitely inherited Father Chen's personality. There was no need to do a paternity test for this pair of father and son, they were 100% biological, but what Wang Ling was particularly curious about was how on earth Super Chen had gotten his blessed mouth attribute. In the dojo, Father Chen had Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling stand opposite each other, and they first greeted and bowed to each other. Father Chen then started to give pointers on the side, a wooden sword in his hand. Swordsmanship and body techniques are both the same and different, they both rely on strength and skill. But body techniques focus on strength, while swordsmanship focuses on skill. Super Chen and Xiaoling looked at each other with half-understanding expressions on their faces. Super Chen wasn't wearing a bracelet at the moment. Standing on the spot, Father Chen looked at Super Chen. Come, Super Chen. Attack me with all your might. He deliberately didn't directly call Super Chen son, partly to show his seriousness, and partly to take Xiaoling's feelings into consideration. It had to be said that Father Chen was really a big, warm man. Aya. Super Chen gritted his teeth, raised the sword in his hand high and slashed down at Father Chen. Wang Ling was startled by this sudden shout, but it had to be said that this was indeed Super Chen's hot-blooded personality. Father Chen stood still on the spot as he casually parried with the wooden sword. Then, with a bang, Super Chen's training sword was directly sent flying by Father Chen's swimming dragon, raising its head. "Look at the scale on your sword," Father Chen said. Super Chen checked it. There was a scale on the hilt of the training sword, which showed roughly how much strength had been used in the blow just now. Super Chen's scale read, 10 kilograms. Of course, this wasn't Super Chen's full strength. "Super Chen, Xiaoling, look at mine." Father Chen handed them the wooden sword, which was also equipped with a scale. The blow that had sent Super Chen flying just now had actually only used 50 g, which was about the weight of an egg. Super Chen was a little incredulous. It's not enough to learn to use a sword just by using brute force," Father Chen said with a smile. At that moment, Super Chen and Xiaoling nodded heavily. Of course, this wasn't Wang Ling's intention. Although he was in Xiaoling's body, if he didn't want to move, Xiaoling's body would move on its own based on Super Chen's memory. Right now, it was as if he was experiencing a first-person game with a movie plot. For Wang Ling, this could be considered a pretty good experience during the boring summer vacation. "Come, Xiaoling, it's your turn. Come and experience the wonders of skill." At that moment, Father Chen suddenly turned his head and said to Wang Xiaoling. Chapter 953. Standing in front of Father Chen, Wang Xiaoling looked a little nervous. After all, it was her first time, and Super Chen was already prepared for Father Wang to send her training sword flying. How could a girl have any strength? Father Chen held the wooden sword across his chest and carefully withdrew his strength. When all was said and done, Father Chen was at the foundation establishment stage. While Xiaoling had a good root bone, she had never had the opportunity to cultivate before, and now had a constitution close to that of an ordinary person, and hadn't even refined her body. If he didn't restrain his strength, his aura alone could backfire on Xiaoling, so Father Chen constantly reminded himself to conserve his strength during training. "Come on, Xiaoling," Father Chen called out to Wang Xiaoling. Imitating Super Chen's posture just now, Wang Xiaoling raised her sword high and slashed at Father Chen's horizontal wooden sword. Then, there was no then. Under Father Chen and Super Chen's bewildered gazes, the training sword and the wooden sword clashed with a bang. Father Chen's wooden sword was actually cut in two by Wang Xiaoling's sword. Then, Father Chen stared at the sword hilt in his hand and sucked in a cold breath. "Super Chen, Dad, the unexpected situation caused the father and son of the Chen family to temporarily fall into a state of suffocation." Wang Ling, who was in Wang Xiaoling's body, also fell silent. Wang Ling had overlooked something. He had used the King's Eye and Divine Art to possess Wang Xiaoling's body. Even though Wang Xiaoling didn't have a realm, his excess aura and power would still spill out of her body. Even if it was just a little bit, it wasn't something a foundation establishment cultivator could handle. Although Wang Xiaoling did not have a realm, that sword strike just now was actually mixed with her own aura. Father Chen had said before that Wang Xiaoling had a good root, and Wang Ling had actually been quite puzzled. This was because she was actually just an ordinary girl, and there was nothing special about her. In the end, he now understood why this blunder had occurred. What kind of innate talent was this? This was clearly Father Chen mistaking his overflowing aura for Wang Xiaoling's, and mistaking her for a very talented girl. So, no matter how much he didn't want to admit it, but the truth was that from the moment Father Chen had invited Wang Xiaoling into the Chen family, Wang Ling had already changed Super Chen's memories. Will this affect the future? What would Super Chen's future look like because of this change? Wang Ling was worried. There was no other way, he could only continue looking down Super Chen's memory. If it really didn't work out, he could only use the crispy noodle snacks to bribe Time Heavenly Dao to rewind time to the day before he had to prepare for homework, but in this way, the boring summer vacation would have one more day. Man was such a magical creature. When they were in school, they looked forward to the holidays. Now that the holidays were over, they felt bored and wondered when school would start again. Wang Ling felt that it was better to wait and see first. And so, because of this little accident, on the first day of Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling's sword training together, the training plan was far from meeting Father Chen's standards, and ended early, because Wang Xiaoling had cleaved the wooden sword that Father Chen was using to guide her. He had actually considered whether or not he should change to another person to possess, but the overflowing aura was unavoidable. Even if it was another person, it would still cause the other person's aura to leak out. Now that he had possessed Wang Xiaoling's body, Super Chen's memories had already changed. If he switched to someone else at this time, the situation would only get messier. That night, after a tiring day, Xiaoling had already fallen asleep. Wang Ling continued to use his spiritual perception to observe Super Chen's memories in Xiaoling's body. He was a little impatient, and directly switched to watching the rest of the plot development at double speed. The lights in the main hall of the dojo were still on, and Father Chen and Super Chen were still awake. Because of Wang Xiaoling's sudden awakening, Father Chen was seriously drawing up a follow-up training plan, not only for Xiaoling, but also for Super Chen. Previously, Father Chen had thought that Xiaoling just had a good aptitude, but he never expected that he would accidentally take in such a rare talent in 100 years. The most important thing for a genius was to work hard to guide them onto the right path. Father Chen would do his best to teach Xiaoling. Father Chen, son, take off your training bracelet tomorrow and give it to Xiaoling. Super Chen was astonished. This was too real. I thought before that Xiaoling wasn't your match because you trained ahead of schedule, but today it looks like there's a gap between you and Xiaoling. But you mustn't be discouraged, understand? You have to work harder. Father Chen patted Super Chen on the shoulder solemnly. I understand, Dad. Super Chen nodded seriously. When he thought of Wang Xiaoling, he couldn't help laughing. I never thought Xiaoling would be so awesome. I wonder what Tiger Liang will think when he finds out. Xiaoling has an indifferent personality, and because of her family, she's also a little cowardly. She was bullied by Tiger Liang before and didn't dare fight back. It's hard to imagine that if Xiaoling had fought back, Tiger Liang might not have just ended up in the hospital. Father Chen murmured to Super Chen in a low voice. He knew the pros and cons of this matter. Father Chen did a quick calculation. Given Xiaoling's strength, if she had fought back against Tiger Liang before, the grass on Tiger Liang's grave would probably have been dozens of meters tall by now. Father Chen had previously wanted some disciples who wanted to learn swordsmanship to observe Super Chen and Xiaoling's training, but looking at it now, Father Chen felt that this might be risky. After that, all of Super Chen and Xiaoling's training would have to be carried out in secret after the dojo was over. A genius who showed off his abilities would attract the wind. Father Chen understood this principle. Keeping a low profile was the best way to protect Xiaoling right now. Super Chen. Father Chen suddenly looked at Super Chen and called him. Super Chen knew that when Father Chen called him by his name directly, he was talking about something very serious. You have to keep Xiaoling's matter a secret. Outsiders can't know about your training with her, understand? Father Chen instructed him very seriously, and Super Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement. Early the next morning, there were a lot of people who had made reservations at the dojo, and Father Chen could hear voices coming from the distance. Super Chen and several disciples from his dojo were chattering away. These people could be considered regular customers of the dojo, and were usually close to Super Chen. Some of the older kids in their teens often brought snacks and toys for Super Chen, and were basically good friends with him. As soon as Father Chen stepped into the dojo, he heard Super Chen imitating Bai Zhantang from My Own Legend of Martial Arts as he introduced Xiaoling to everyone in a very exaggerated tone. Super Chen, what an awe-inspiring Wang Xiaoling. She wears a purple gold crown with a three-pronged hairpin, a red Sichuan robe embroidered with 100 flowers, a sky-practice sword in her hand, and a wind-red rabbit horse between her legs. My dad rushed over and turned to leave, but Wang Xiaoling raised her sword and slashed at him. She used force in her arms and split him in two. Father Chen. Chapter 954. It was clear that Father Chen had wanted to shave his head last time to put an end to Super Chen's fantasy of pursuing the art of voice through perming hair. This move hadn't worked. 4-year-old Super Chen had spoken this Beijing accent fluently. Who knew which crosstalk work he had stolen from? Children were very good learners, especially when it came to things they were particularly interested in. This time, Father Chen thoroughly felt like he had been tricked by Super Chen. As the saying went, it would be a waste of one's youth if one didn't trick their father. Actually, Father Chen felt that he was also responsible for this, since he hadn't clearly explained the definition of outsider to Super Chen last night. That was, apart from heaven, earth, you, and me, everyone else was considered an outsider. These disciples of the dojo were very close to Super Chen, and it was clear that Super Chen didn't regard them as outsiders. It was just that as soon as Father Chen stepped into the dojo, he heard Super Chen yell that he had been split in half, which felt a little weird. Great, the secret that Shaoling was a genius could no longer be kept a secret, at least not in this dojo. Father Chen dropped his forehead into his hand. So after the morning classes, Father Chen called over the disciples who knew about this to have a heart-to-heart talk. He had to keep this a secret, but he had no idea at all. But Father Chen didn't know at all whether the secret could be kept or not. Although these disciples were regular customers of the dojo, they in fact had 2 schools. They also had to buy lessons at Liang Heng's Balance Magic Center, so their studies on both sides didn't interfere at all. Father Chen couldn't guarantee that these disciples wouldn't talk about this matter at all. Who knew when they would become snitches and spill the beans one day? And if Liang Heng found out about this, it would be very troublesome. Father Chen was thinking about this matter when he taught the students that day, and seemed a little absent-minded. Some of the disciples in the dojo who didn't know what was going on thought that the author of the novel Father Chen was following had asked for leave again, so he was in a bad mood. Did the author of Let Go of That Wet Nurse stop updating again? A disciple who didn't know the truth asked. I don't know. Before leaving the dojo, several disciples whispered to each other. Only the 3 insiders who had come in the morning couldn't hold it in any longer. At noon, Father Chen had specially talked to them and told them not to tell anyone about Wang Shaoling. But sometimes, keeping a secret to yourself was so unbearable that you wanted to chop someone up. Therefore, under these conditions, there was a saying that perhaps everyone had heard before, let me tell you a secret. But you must never tell anyone. And so, Wang Xiaoling's secret was leaked. Although Wang Ling was inside Wang Xiaoling's body, he had seen and heard everything clearly with his king's eye's omniscient view. That night, the gloomy Father Chen turned his attention to decompressing. Everyone was stressed, and had their own way of decompressing. And Father Chen's way of decompressing was very simple. Here, Wang Ling learned another of Father Chen's secrets. It turned out that Father Chen was also a fan of Father Wang. In the evening, the book Father Chen was reading was Let Go of That Wet Nurse, which Father Wang had started writing 12 years ago and had only just been completed with 10 million words. But at that time, Father Wang's book hadn't been serialized for long, and he hadn't signed a contract with a great god, so his overall number of fans definitely couldn't compare to what it would have 12 years later. No one could have expected that 12 years later, Father Wang would rely on this book to become a god, to become rich, and even the head of state would become his fan. Wang Ling never thought that he would actually alarm both his fathers at the same time. Father Chen was now worried about Wang Xiaoling's secret being leaked. And Father Wang had actually written it because he was worried about himself. Mother Wang had in fact gone into seclusion when Wang Ling was 3 or 4 years old. Before Wang Ling had created the Dao Talisman seal to limit his strength, the Wang family's furniture had been destroyed, and Mother Wang's royalties and Father Wang's income from working couldn't support the family at all. Thus, Father Wang had secretly conceived the idea of writing books to supplement the family's income. In the end, heaven knew that once Let Go of That Wet Nurse reached 260,000 words, it would directly become one of the top 10 best-selling books. After that, it was time for Father Wang to come clean. He told Mother Wang the truth, then quit his job to write books full-time to support the family. Not long after that, Mother Wang also went into seclusion to wholeheartedly take care of Wang Ling, guide him and educate him. The couple could be said to have gone to great lengths for Wang Ling. That night, Wang Xiaoling was kneading plasticine, which Super Chen had given her when she had first arrived yesterday. Super Chin, on the other hand, was playing a game console. Halfway through the game, the alarm on his phone watch suddenly rang. He casually tossed the game console to one side, and then took out an e-book from a drawer. Wang Xiaoling's expression was clearly a little puzzled. Super Chin smiled at Wang Xiaoling. "It's time to learn the art of language." Wang Ling was stupefied. As it turned out, he had actually learned the art of language. He watched as Super Chin opened the reading page of the e-book, and sure enough, in the end, he opened "Let Go of That Wet Nurse." Super Chin actually didn't know what he should read, so he added the books on his dad's bookshelf to his own. But he couldn't find a book called by Jia, but it didn't matter. Super Chin now had more than 10 books for the summer break, and the first one was "Let Go of That Wet Nurse." After reading more than 10 books, it would be enough for him to touch the gateway to the art of language. He was only 4 years old, and there were a lot of words that he didn't recognize, but the e-book had an electronic reading function. Just like that, Father Wang's online novel was read out by a very creepy electronic broadcast. Wang Ling's comment was, "Dry and extremely chinibu." After all, this was the web. When you read some words silently, you could imagine the protagonist's mood and the scene in which the words were spoken, and it might feel good. But when you read it out loud, you might get goosebumps all over. Halfway through the chapter, the electronic voice suddenly paused. Super Chin thought that the software had crashed, but in the end, he saw a string of streamers hovering over the top of the reading page. "Wow, so much money. A nouveau riche has come." 4-year-old Super Chin exclaimed. Although he hadn't been studying the web for long, he had clearly done some homework and knew what a tip meant. But Super Chin then realized that this huge tip wasn't for Father Wang. 12 years ago, as a fledgling newcomer, Father Wang's sales had skyrocketed, subscriptions and monthly votes had increased dramatically. Now that the year was coming to an end, it was natural for him to choose that year's newcomer of the year. A single tip of more than 10,000 yuan would be directly pinned to the top of the software. This was equivalent to 1 million yuan in book currency. And this string of 1 million yuan that had just appeared was for another guru. This was an advertisement, and also a show of strength that these gurus had given Father Wang in order to compete for the title of best author back then. Chapter 955. There were a lot of big shots back then, and the most famous author was called Zhu Gu. Everyone knew that Father Wang's pen name was Wang Situ. Father Wang actually hadn't thought much about the name back then. He had no idea at all that there was a guru author called Zhu Gu on the internet. In the end, as soon as he published his book under this pen name, he was bombarded by Zhu Ji's fans. They felt that Father Wang was leeching off Zhu Ji's popularity and declaring war on Guru Zhu Gu. At that time, because of the clash of pen names, Father Wang's first book had attracted a lot of attention. As a result, these trolls had read Father Wang's book, and as they read and read, they had suddenly become Wang Jingzi. Not only had this not trampled on Father Wang, it had even helped his new book rise. And just like that, the two of them had become enemies. In short, Zhu Gu had definitely been a famous guru on the website back then, with countless fans, and countless nouveau riche among them. He would receive all kinds of gifts all day long. There was even a rumor that he was an old author from the same period as the 5 heroes of the Central Plains, and that this Zhu Gu was just a new sock puppet. Logically speaking, gurus naturally wouldn't take a newcomer like Father Wang seriously. They weren't on the same level of fans, and Zhu Gu hadn't cared at all before. But all of a sudden, Father Wang's results came up. The battle for the best author king at the end of the year instantly silenced all the veteran guru authors. What they feared the most every year was nothing more than a newcomer taking the top spot, and a strong one at that. For a moment, a lot of people were speculating about Father Wang's background, and whether he was connected to the station's leader, or whether he was some nouveau riche who had done his own research. But Father Wang's wet nurse was really popular, and the number of comments in the comments section was already on the verge of overtaking that of the veteran gurus. There were times when the number of comments was a key factor in whether a serialized book was popular or not. And on this point, it could be said that Father Wang was almost invulnerable. Apart from that, the number of people who had gifted Father Wang was also unprecedentedly high, which instantly panicked Guru Zhu Gu. How could a veteran guru gather his fans to cheer for him at a critical moment and obediently cast his monthly votes? In many cases, many authors would choose to act pitiful. For example, there were people with green lights above their heads, claiming that their girlfriend ran away with someone else. In fact, she didn't. They were heartbroken, and if they didn't have monthly votes, they would stop updating and commit suicide. Another example was a person called Ku Xian who was naughty on the internet every day and got his leg broken. What was worse was that even if he sold it, no one would vote for him. Therefore, it was actually a trick for authors to act pitiful. This was a legendary marketing method. However, in many cases, it also depended on the person to act pitifully. This trick was only used by the Almighty. No one would even read an ordinary author's pitiful act. Super Chen had been 4 years old at the same time as Wang Ling. Wang Ling had only heard about what Father Wang had experienced back then, but hadn't experienced it himself. But looking at the current timeline in his memory, it seemed that this was when Father Wang had competed with Zhu Gu as Wang Situ. That night, Wang Ling knew he had something to eat. The next day, Father Chen arrived very early, but he wasn't in a good state of mind. He pushed back his classes for the whole day and arranged for another day. Wang Ling was in Wang Xiaoling's body. Wang Xiaoling and Super Chen were clearly a little bewildered, and didn't know what Father Chen was doing. Later, a group of people came to the dojo, and their faces were just as bad. Each of them had dark circles under their eyes, as if they had just returned from a smoke-filled battlefield. Super Chen knew that there was an 80% chance that he wouldn't be able to go to class today. From the looks of it, it seemed that Father Chen had made an appointment with someone else to do something big in the dojo. There were 5 people in total, and each of them had a bag on their back. When they arrived at the dojo, they consciously took off their shoes at the entrance and carried their bags inside. Inside the dojo, Father Chen had already prepared several tables. The 5 of them put their bags on the table and took out a few thick laptops. Then, they reached out and plugged in the network cable. Then, they plugged in the network cable and sat down at the tables to log in. "Are you all ready?" Father Chen stared at them. "Reporting, Chief Chen." "Everything is ready," the 5 of them said in unison. Super Chen hadn't figured out what was going on at first, but when he saw them open the homepage of Let Go of That Wet Nurse, he instantly understood. "Super Chen, Dad, you're doing this for Father Chen, that's right. It's all for justice." Wang Ling, Super Chen, Father Chen knew that he couldn't hide it, so he said truthfully, "Son, you should know that I've been following a book called Let Go of That Wet Nurse. Last night, another guru called Zhu Gu made a big splash online in order to fight for the top spot. His monthly votes have now completely surpassed Wang Situ's novel. As a fan, I, your dad, will fight for Wang Situ today." Super Chen, fan. Even Wang Ling was startled. He had thought that Father Chen was just an ordinary reader, and never thought that he would actually be Wang Situ's fan back then. Wang Ling was now imagining a scenario. After all, it was grenade-throwing senior immortal who took his place at the parent-teacher conference at number 60 high school. If Father Wang really went to the parent-teacher conference, it would be even better if he ran into Father Chen. This exchange between the two of them would be a proper fan meet and greet. Fan leader means the leader of the fans. In order to fight for Guru Wang Situ's monthly votes, I, your dad, am prepared to contribute all my private savings. Father Chen said, "These 5 fan group leaders and I have been busy since last night. Today, we're here to help Guru Wang Situ fight for the top spot. Currently, together with my private savings and the funds raised by various major fans, we have a total of 200,000. 200,000. Super Chen was astonished. This was a rather large sum of money. Although Super Chen was only 4 years old, he still had an idea of numbers, since he would count the red packets he received every year. He only received 10,000 each year, and this sum of 200,000 was equivalent to 20 years' worth. Just thinking about it, Super Chin felt that this was an enormous sum. Online monthly votes cost 5 yuan per red packet through the official website. It would be cheaper if he took the illegal route and bought it in bulk from stores that did data marketing. However, that would be considered as buying tickets. Father Chen and the other fan group leaders had been busy since last night to discuss how they would fight for the top spot today. 200,000. In the end, they decided to use it all to send red packets. In fact, this battle for best author and monthly votes had only just begun. It was also this battle that thoroughly opened the door to the art of language for Super Chen. Chapter 956. This was going to be a tough battle, and the fans on both sides were already ready to go. Father Chen had actually already contributed a lot of monthly votes last night, and had even canvassed votes for Wet Nurse in all the major forums to promote the book. However, Father Chen very quickly realized that while it was easy to think about it, it was much more difficult to execute. In less than half an hour, all his posts had been completely blocked, and anything that mentioned voting had been wiped out. Father Chen was well aware that this was most likely the work of Zhu Jiyi's forces. Because of the book's resources, the veteran gurus had strong relationships with the bosses of many literary forums. Back then, Zhu Ge had been in a position of power, and a phone call to offer some benefits to help suppress Wet Nurse would help Father Chen reduce his investment in the monthly votes battle. Super Chen. Father Chen looked at Super Chen and said very solemnly, "You mustn't tell your mom about this." Super Chen, Wang Ling, sure enough, every man's pain was the same. Actually, spending money wasn't the main thing was hiding his secret stash. 200,000 yuan of his secret stash was all invested in supporting his idol. What kind of electricity was this? It was simply comparable to Pikachu's 100,000 volts. If he was caught hiding his secret stash, he would really be struck by lightning. When his wife got angry, the pressure would be no less than the heavenly Tao tribulation. Wang Ling possessed Wang Xiaoling's body. Although he had changed Super Chen's memories, Wang Xiaoling still had her own consciousness. She was a quiet and well-behaved girl, but because of her family environment, she was a little introverted, which wasn't something that could be changed in a short period of time. But Wang Ling could clearly sense the change in Wang Xiaoling's mood. After she came to the dojo, her relationship with Super Chen had become a lot closer. According to the settings, Wang Ling felt that Wang Xiaoling was most likely the female lead in Super Chen's life. There was no training today, so Father Chen ordered curry egg rice takeaway for Wang Xiaoling and Super Chen, and the two kids ate quietly on one side. On Father Chen's side, the battle work had officially begun. Tally up the number of people online at the moment. Father Chen took a deep breath, sorted out his emotions, and started to direct the fans on Wet Nurse's side. It was said that one's morale was boosted by the first drum, weakened by the second, and exhausted by the third. The momentum at the beginning was very important. Father Chen knew that it would be a tough battle to bring down Guru Zhu Ge. In the end, Father Wang had a limited number of fans, and he didn't have a professional marketing team to help him promote his products. He was far inferior to Zhu Ge in all aspects. However, humans must have some dreams. What if he succeeded? I've already done a head count last night. The total number of people in our 5 groups is currently more than 8,000. There will be more people at night. Right now, there are only about 4,000 people online this early in the morning. The peak last night was more than 7,000. A bald guy with a sports scarf on his head reported the situation. It was only later that Wang Ling learned that this person was also an old white reader of the website called Lin Gang. He had been reading for more than 20 years, and was one of the first fans to support Father Wang's Wang Situ pen name. Among the 5 group leaders, Lin Gang's group had the largest number of members, and it was almost full. The maximum number of members in the group was around 1,990. Most of them were active fans. Alright, let's get started then. How many accounts do you have? I did a head count in the group yesterday, and we currently have more than 400 accounts, only 400. Father Chen frowned. Compared with the total number of people, this number was really a little low. But Father Chen could actually understand, when all was said and done, reading accounts were private things, and these people who were willing to donate their accounts were already very good at cooking. I've already set up the login software for the accounts, we just need to import them in batches. Also, IPs can be changed automatically. However, there's a limit on how many monthly votes each account can spend on a book each month, and you can subscribe to a maximum of 5 monthly votes. The only thing left is to give out red packets for monthly votes, said Lin Gang. Not good. Wang Situ is about to fall out of the top 10. Saying this, the other group leaders opened the ranking list and cried out in alarm. He was clearly in the top 5 last night. Father Chen also opened the ranking list and took a look. The current situation was indeed not optimistic, the gap in the votes was even wider than last night. Zhu Ji's Shameless was currently in first place with more than 36,000 votes. Let Go of That Wet Nurse, written by Father Wang under the pen name Wang Situ, was currently in 10th place with 19,000 votes. 9th place had more than 20,000 votes. And 11th place's votes were very close to Father Wang's. Father Chen knew that this wasn't going to be easy to deal with, but the arrow had to be fired. There's no other way. We can only give it a try. Even if we can't win first place, we have to stabilize Wang Situ's position in the top 3. Blue veins popped on Father Chen's forehead, and he was actually a little angry in his heart. He was also an old reader of the website, and the gap in the votes on the ranking list was so obvious all of a sudden. Father Chen knew very well whether or not someone had tampered with the numbers. Although they didn't have many accounts, they were all borrowed from fans, and they were official accounts. However, in the end, there were still very few fans who were willing to lend out their accounts. As Lin Gang said, each account had a voting limit. In terms of sales alone, Wet Nurse was number 1 online. In contrast, Zhu Ji's Shameless had almost fallen out of the top 10 in the sales chart, but its monthly votes were still higher than Father Wang's. As for the reason behind it, the old readers knew it very well. The other party must have found an online marketing store. The number of accounts in the marketing store was huge, and much more than what they had borrowed. Moreover, some of the accounts were stolen, and they would go offline after casting their monthly votes or subscriptions. Sometimes, when readers logged into their own accounts, they would find that their book coins, monthly votes, or recommendation votes had mysteriously disappeared. This was one of the reasons. So, after collecting the fan accounts and funds, the first thing Father Chen did was to give 10,000 yuan in flashing red tips. This was to attract the attention of the entire website. In addition to a web-wide announcement, there was also a reward from a treasure chest, which was similar to a red envelope. Readers could snatch red envelopes from treasure chests and split up the huge amount of book coins. This was also the time when the number of people was the highest. On Father Wang's behalf, Father Chen posted the vote request announcement which he had prepared beforehand in the book review and comments section. Although Zhu Ge had used some marketing methods to release a lot of negative news about Father Wang's Wet Nurse these days, Father Chen didn't mention any of these rumors and slanders. His announcement was very sincere, and wasn't trying to act pitiful or clever, it was just the most basic way of asking for monthly votes. Father Chen and the others had already discussed this matter with Father Wang online early in the morning. 1,000 monthly votes plus 1 chapter. This was Father Chen's current offer. Of 200,000 yuan, Father Chen first spent 10,000 yuan to attract the attention of the entire website. And now, the real battle for monthly votes had finally begun. Sogu Reading Website. Chapter 957. As the battle began, the 6 of them worked together to canvass votes and give out red packets for monthly votes. In a short period of time, Father Wang's book review and comments section grew more and more people. It didn't matter if they came for the red envelope treasure chest, saw the advertisement, or were recommended by fans, this was undoubtedly the best time to release an update to gain attention. Father Wang wasn't in the habit of stockpiling drafts, so after deciding to fight for the top spot last night, he had prepared for it overnight. In one breath, he posted the 6 chapters of 3,000 words that he had written since yesterday. But Father Wang knew that this wasn't the end, and he couldn't rest. If he wanted to compete for the top spot, a mere 18,000 words weren't enough at all. Other than that, he also had to ensure the quality of the new chapters. That was the way to go. Around noon, Father Wang's monthly votes rebounded, and his ranking rose again. He was now in 5th place with 24,000 votes. But while Father Wang seemed to be catching up, Zhu Ge hadn't stopped updating during this period. He hadn't updated as much as Father Wang, although he had also updated 6 chapters. Although each chapter was only 2,000 words, it still aroused the fanatical reading interest of the fans. The number 1 villager, Zhu Ge, is really cunning. He posted 6 chapters of 2,000 words. The corners of Father Chen's mouth twitched. He knew that Zhu Ge was demonstrating his power to them. Furthermore, after they went to the forum to ask for votes last night, Zhu Ge was probably already on guard and had also prepared for battle. Super Chen and Wang Ling watched as Father Chen worked so hard that his forehead was beaded with sweat, and at the same time, their hearts tightened. Super Chen was also one of the small readers of Wet Nurse. As he watched Chen Yi vote, he also took out his e-book to keep an eye on the changes in the ranking, his blood boiling as he cheered him on the side. Wang Situ, you can do it. Wang Situ, charge. It was only now that Super Chen somewhat understood how powerful the charm of the art of language was. A single book could actually trigger a battle between tens of thousands of people. This kind of scene might be hard for ordinary people to imagine, but Super Chen was only a 4-year-old child. His imagination was very strong, and he immediately imagined a battlefield of tens of thousands of people, many people holding dictionaries in their hands like bricks, smashing each other's faces. The scene was filled with the sound of gongs and drums and the sound of firecrackers. Wang Ling actually knew a little more than Super Chen about the rules of the ranking list. He also knew about it, but he didn't look at Father Wang's. It wasn't that he didn't support her as a son. There were 2 reasons. First, the protagonist in Father Wang's novel didn't eat crispy noodle snacks. Secondly, it was very easy for him to think of the protagonist in Father Wang's novel as Father Wang. This was a very bad experience. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if a person was very familiar with an author, they would not go back. He didn't know if other people felt this way, but at the very least, Wang Ling did. Reading the writings of the people around him, especially the people closest to him, gave him a strange feeling. Actually, Wang Ling knew what the outcome of this ranking fight would be. But there was also uncertainty about Wang Ling. When all was said and done, he had changed Super Chen's memories, so he didn't know how this small change would affect the outcome of the best newcomer king. Wang Ling remembered that back then, Father Wang had won the title of best newcomer king, and in the end had crushed him with a large number of votes. After that, Father Wang won the monthly votes for 6 years in a row, which could be said to be unprecedented. In the 7th year, Father Wang didn't want to compete anymore. At the authors' annual conference, several authors had given Father Wang red packets and begged him to update a little slower, that way, they would still have the strength to fight for the top spot. And so, in the 7th year, Father Wang went a little easy. Of course, Father Wang returned the red packets. He had to care about his peers' reputation, and also give some people a chance to compete. In the end, it wouldn't be good to be too rigid. At that moment, the other group leaders, led by Lin Gang, were also sweating profusely. They were pondering the publicity plan and posting on various forums to ask for votes. Keep working hard, Father Chen encouraged them. How much money do we have left? Lin Gang asked. Not much. Including the tips and votes we just received, we have 100,000 left, Father Chen said. So fast. Omega, Lin Gang and the others were stunned. Sure enough, the monthly votes ranking really wasn't something small authors could play around with. They had no right to fight for the top spot at all. Burning tens of thousands of yuan at the drop of a hat was too exaggerated. They were a little disheartened. They knew that Zhu Gu was still observing and hadn't gone all out. Today was the last day of December, and there was still half a day left until the New Year's bell rang in the wee hours of the morning. They had spent almost half of their funds to reach 5th place in the ranking, and there was still plenty of time left. What should they do? However, this wasn't the worst news. While Father Chen was pondering how to make the most of his last 100,000 yuan, a string of rainbow-colored stickers suddenly appeared at the top of the reading shelf. This was a full 10 million book coins. 100,000 yuan. F***K. Which nouveau riche? Which book did you tip? Everyone was stunned by the red sticker. They clicked on the prize chest and were dazzled by the titles in front of them. It's Zhu Ji's Shameless. Lin Gang felt deflated in an instant. Which nouveau riche? Everyone looked for the nouveau riche's ID again. In the end, they turned pale with fright. F***K, Dark Governor Lady 13, Lady 13? Lady 13 is also reading Zhu Ji's Shameless. In the dojo, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They never expected Zhu Gu to actually pull in this godly nouveau riche, Dark Governor Lady 13. She was the biggest nouveau riche on the Cultivation Reading Network, and also the ringleader of all the readers. Basically, books recommended by Dark Governor Lady 13 would attract countless people to read. A recommendation from Lady 13 was no less powerful than a recommendation spot on Qidian. Because she settled in U City, her ID was actually Dark Governor Lady 13 at first. Later, because she had too many followers, she became a female governor among fans. Thus, Dark Governor Lady 13 was changed from governor. That was right, as her ID suggested, Dark Governor Lady 13 was a woman. Rumor had it that her family controlled a financial group with unimaginable wealth, and was deeply connected to Huaguo Water Curtain Group. For Lady 13, this 100,000 yuan was just a small red packet she had casually tipped out, and wasn't worth mentioning at all. It's all over. Lin Gang said in frustration. At that moment, Father Chen also felt his whole body relax. He felt in his pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes, feeling a little vexed. Dark Governor Lady 13 had taken a side, and on Zhu Ji's side at that. It could almost be said that they had no chance of winning this battle. Sogu reading URL. Chapter 958. Dark Governor Lady 13's appearance attracted the attention of a large number of people on the website. They couldn't help but click their tongues. Zhu Ji's Shameless and Father Wang's Wet Nurse were released almost at the same time. Both books were in the top 10 in terms of sales, with Father Wang's book even topping the best-selling list. But even so, Dark Governor Lady 13 didn't take any sides. She didn't give any comments on either book, let alone any tips. At first, many people thought that Lady 13 was preparing for something big. They waited for a whole month, but they didn't expect that Lady 13 would start to make her move on the last day of the month. She even sided with God Zhuge. Father Chen and the others had been working hard all morning, and the readers who had come to the book review and comments section to join in on the fun were practically sucked away in an instant. Old bastard Zhuge. Too cunning. Father Chen and the others never expected the other party to actually have such a tycoon. On the other side, at the Balance Magic Dojo, the closed sign at the entrance was extremely obvious. The Balance Dao Gymnasium was closed today as well. There was a long table inside, filled with all kinds of fruits, wine, and dishes. Liang Heng sat on one side of the long table, while some youths sat on both sides of the table. They were the representatives of the major fan groups of Zhuge's camp. Yes, Liang Heng was a fan of Zhu Gu. The truth was that Liang Heng didn't watch the internet, but Father Chen did. He knew that Father Chen had been voting for Wang Situ's book all this time. Now that Wang Situ and Zhu Gu were rivals, Liang Heng naturally had to stand on Zhu Ji's side and compete with Father Chen. Ever since he met Chen Yi, as long as he wanted something, Liang Heng had never failed, including that female teacher who had taken a fancy to Chen Yi during his university days. So what if they were teachers and students? In the end, hadn't he still managed to seduce her and give birth to Tiger Liang? Now, with Lady 13's generous donation of 100,000, Zhu Jiyi's votes were far ahead on the list. Ha ha ha. Now, even if Wang Situ wants to keep up, I'm afraid he won't be able to. In the end, it's still our Zhuge's veteran. He's just a newcomer and has so few fans. How can he compete with our boss? This year's Rookie King is none other than our master Zhuge. In the Balance Dojo, the group leaders cheered. They were already celebrating the joy of victory in advance. The few of them picked up the cans of beer beside them and clinked them together. They were in a good mood. At the same time, it was a pity that Dark Governor Lady 13 did not appear in person. Previously, Liang Heng had also invited Dark Governor Lady 13 to the scene. The seat at the other end of the long table had been specially reserved for her. However, Lady 13 said that her company had a reunion dinner tonight, so she couldn't make it in time. Liang Heng hadn't read Zhu Jiyi's Shameless, but his spending on the internet was no less than Zhu Jiyi's. He had already donated more than 100,000 yuan. This was Liang Heng's private stash of money he had saved up over the years. Whatever Father Chen had rewarded him, he would double it. He had seen Father Chen at a university meet and greet last time, and had secretly noted down Father Chen's reader ID. From that moment onwards, he had been planning a comprehensive plan. When all is said and done, Lady 13 is a girl, and a rich heiress at that. Although I politely declined, I know that the other party won't show up so easily. Liang Heng smiled faintly. Besides, no one has seen Lady 13's real face. I know this about women, they need to be mysterious. I heard that Chief Liang spoke to Lady 13. A group leader asked. That's right. Liang Heng nodded. In order to help Guru Zhuge compete for Rookie King this time, I spoke to Lady 13 once. It was a cute and sexy little sister with a very cute voice. As expected of Chief Liang. Chief Liang has seen countless women. To be able to speak to Lady 13 through the phone, I think Chief Liang must be the first among readers. Ha ha ha. You flatter me. But please don't let my wife know about this. Liang Heng still had a very sociopathic smile on his face. Of course. We all know that. Don't worry, Chief Liang. I'm helping Guru Zhuge compete for Rookie King this time. Firstly, it's to help advertise my Balance Magic Center. Secondly, it's also to avenge my son's grievances. You should have already heard me say in the group that the barbaric father and son of Strength Super Dojo rewarded my son. Liang Heng said it casually, but in fact, everyone knew the truth of the matter if they asked around a little. But these group leaders knew that Liang Heng was a nouveau riche and wasn't to be offended. Furthermore, Liang Heng was on very good terms with Lady 13 now. Many of these people would need to open books in the future. If they could build a good relationship with Liang Heng and get Lady 13 to recommend books for them on the website, their basic income would be guaranteed. Every industry had its own circle and its own rules. These group leaders were very familiar with the rules. They were already part of society, and naturally had to do things according to society's rules. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't listen to what you shouldn't. But sometimes, maybe the truth wasn't what it seemed on the surface. On the other side, Father Chen knew that it was time for the first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion to come. They had been busy all morning and noon, but in the end, the result wasn't satisfactory. As soon as Lady 13 appeared, everyone's attention was drawn to her. For Zhuge to be able to attract so many readers with a historical novel, he was indeed a pretty amazing person. What should we do? Brother Chen, is there no other way? Asked Lin Gang, the leader of Wet Nurse's fan group. Many of our forum posts have been banned. That Zhuge and the administrators of those literary forums are pretty good. There's no longer a place for us wet nurse fans in those literary forums. Father Chen frowned. What about the other forums? The other forums don't attract readers, so I'm afraid we won't be able to attract them. Father Chen raised his concerns. But at that moment, Super Chen suddenly said, but what if some sect leader takes a liking to us? After Super Chen said this, everyone turned to look at him. Sect leader? Would any sect leader come? They didn't know, they hadn't tried, but when it came to a forum where sect leaders gathered and a lot of cultivation gossip, Father Chen and the group leaders immediately thought of one place, the cultivation forum. The leader of that forum was the legendary Great Death-Courting Senior, Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal. Chapter 959. The first time he had met Grenade-Throwing Senior Immortal, he had actually still been very young, but what surprised him was that the seeds of fate had actually been sown inexorably when he was 4 years old. Cultivation Forum, this was a place that specialized in gossiping in the cultivation circle. Indeed, it was a place that the sect masters and people in charge of the major sects would visit. But would they really go? Or surf the internet? Everyone found it hard to believe. Furthermore, they remembered that it was very troublesome to register an account on the cultivation forum. They had to answer many questions that were related to cultivation correctly. Furthermore, there was a time limit for these questions, and if they failed to answer within the time limit, they would be considered to have given the wrong answer. There were a total of 100 questions, and he would have to answer 80 of them correctly to get the registration invitation code. Although there seemed to be a lot of questions, if it was a senior cultivator, they would be able to choose them with their eyes closed. It was clearly impossible for them to compete with Lady 13, who was a godly tycoon on the reading website, unless Father Chen used his family's savings. But Father Chen was sure that as soon as he took the money out, his wife would chop off his hands and kneel on a washboard. Father Chen rested his forehead on his hand. He knew that now might not be the time to give up. Come on, let's try one last time. The first step was to register an account. I'll answer the questions. If I don't know the answer, you guys will be responsible for helping me search. Father Chen had a lot of faith in the hand speed of these group leaders. After all, they were all single now, and their decades of hand speed couldn't be underestimated. In the era of national cultivation, the age of being single had also increased, because the lifespan of cultivators had generally increased. The lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator was 200 to 300 years, and the few people in front of them were all nearly 100 years old golden bachelors. That's the only way. Let's try one last time. Lin Gang was also encouraged by Father Chen. Just like that, a group of people started to try their best to register for cultivation forum accounts. Father Chen opened the registration page, and 100 questions instantly appeared in front of him. There were a total of 50 yes or no questions and 50 true or false questions. The difficulty of the questions was also progressively higher. Question 1, multiple choice. When a staff member of the cultivation forum visits, which sentence should the staff member say to show his or her identity? A. Chris, close the door. B. I'm here to fix your air conditioner. C. Hello, this is a staff member of the cultivation forum. Employee ID, XXXD, I, Lu Benwei, really didn't cheat. Father Chen deliberately didn't answer, and then looked at the time. The 2-minute time limit had already started. How is it? Is it difficult? Lin Gang asked. The difficulty of the questions increases step by step. The first question is common sense, and it's very easy, Father Chen replied. The first question was relatively easy. Father Chen chose C, and then immediately jumped to the next question. Question 2, multiple choice. Wang Xiaoming is an early building foundation stage cultivator. During an experiential learning, he accidentally fell off the cliff of purgatory. It is known that Wang Xiaoming's weight is 90 kilograms and the depth of the cliff is 10,000 meters. He fell at an acceleration of 10 meters per second. In the process of falling off the cliff, Wang Xiaoming successively broke 2 crooked trees on the cliff and once again accelerated. Moreover, Wang Xiaoming tried to grab onto the protruding rocks on the cliff during his fall, but he failed repeatedly. May I ask what was the final cause of Wang Xiaoming's death? A. Die of fright. B. Fall off a cliff and deke, run into a tree and died, poisoned to death. Father Chen, Wang Ling, Super Chen, damn it. This is AF*** king question for a human. It's not just a little more difficult. Holding his head, Father Chen couldn't help ridiculing, feeling like his brain was hurting. Choose D. On the other side, Lin Gang had already quickly found the answer with his fingers. Why D? The cliff of purgatory. The entire cliff is contaminated with a poisonous miasma all year round, and is extremely toxic. He won't die if he runs into a tree twice to slow down. But if he falls off the cliff, he'll definitely be poisoned to death, Lin Gang explained. After hearing this, Father Chen realized that they were almost out of time, so he hurriedly answered. Then came the third question. In order to save time, Father Chen read the question aloud as he examined it. Question 3. Yes/no. As we all know, the soul substitution spell in the demonic path is a powerful demonic secret spell. The soul of the victim will be temporarily swapped with that of the nearest person, and can only be broken if a third person kisses one of them. It was known that Wang Xiaoming's girlfriend and mother-in-law were watching The Devil's Temptation, but the CD had already been engraved with a magic array by the demonic path. After the male lead of the TV series said, "You're so slutty," the two of them were hit by the soul substitution spell. In order to break the spell, Wang Xiaoming hit on the head in a moment of desperation and knocked out his girlfriend's body, and then kissed his mother. Question: after this incident, will Wang Xiaoming survive? Father Chen, Wang Ling, Super Chen, very quickly, Lin Gang found the answer. Choose no. Father Chen, his girlfriend's body is his mother's, so he knocked her out and kissed his mother, which was the same as kissing his girlfriend. Isn't that the right thing to do? Lin Gang, the explanation online is that he knocked out his own mother for his wife, and after she woke up, she started to quarrel with his wife. In the end, the male lead couldn't bear the burden and jumped off a cliff to his death. Oh, by the way, I've already answered the second question. Father Chen, Wang Ling, Super Chen. By the time Father Chen finished answering all the questions, it was already 6:00 in the evening. Because Father Wang's updates had been very impressive, he had gained a lot more monthly votes during this period, but there was still a gap between him and Zhu Gu at the top of the list. Now, the gap was 50,000 votes. Father Chen and the others looked at the ranking list and knew that Zhu Ji's side had officially gone all out. After 11:30 in the evening, it was likely that Zhu Ji's side would go all out again to secure their position. This is our last resort. Father Chen directly spent several hundred HNY on the cultivation forum to become an annual member, and then posted the promotional article which he had prepared beforehand on the forum, along with a link to the original version and the first few chapters for free. To Father Chen's surprise, he received a reply to his post very quickly. Sect leader of Heavenly Xian Sect Han Ren, what the hell? Nowadays, they're even advertising in our cultivation forum. The administrator doesn't care. At I'm Uncle Cat was the ID of this forum administrator. Very quickly, more and more people began to at this Uncle Cat and ask him to delete the post. Sect leader of Star Killer Sect Song Kaihua, I don't read the internet, it's all the same and boring. Quickly delete the post. At I'm Uncle Cat, Sect leader of Tyrant Earth Sect Zhang Jida, there's actually someone who dares to advertise in our forum? At I'm Uncle Cat, what should we do? Should we withdraw for now? Post it later? If this ID gets banned, we'll have answered for nothing. Even if we're muted for a few hours, it's not worth it. Lin Gang saw that the situation wasn't good. Let's wait a little longer. Father Chen was also very nervous. A few minutes later, this administrator called Uncle Cat appeared. He posted a reply. Sorry, everyone, I answered late. It's mainly because I was reading this novel just now. I actually think it's pretty good. A lot of people raised question marks at Uncle Cat's reply. But very quickly, Father Chen saw that the people who had requested to delete the post earlier had all deleted their original replies. Sect leader of Heavenly Xian Sect Han Ren, what the hell? It's really pretty good. Don't delete this post. I want to read it. Sect leader of Tyrant Earth Sect Zhang Jida, it's actually a little different from what I know about the internet. I can study it. Sect leader of Star Killer Sect Song Kaihua, it's delicious. Father Chen. Lin Gang, Wang Ling, Super Chen. Chapter 960. To their surprise, Father Chen and the others hadn't expected Father Wang's wet nurse to actually receive such a big response from the cultivation forum. Judging from the attitude of the sect leaders earlier, they thought that the internet was just entertainment to kill time and wasn't worth reading at all. The cultivation forum had a high threshold for entry, and could be said to be a gathering place for the big shots in the cultivation world. In the eyes of these sect leaders, instead of wasting time on the internet, which had a similar pattern, it was better to memorize a few secret manuals on the Heart Sutra and learn more about gossip to increase one's experience and knowledge. Even if it was just to prepare for seclusion, it was still much more interesting than reading online literature. It had to be said that Father Wang's wet nurse had amazed them. At first glance, there might be a lot of routine elements in the novel, but there were also a lot of interesting cultivation secrets and knowledge. Furthermore, some of the big shots from the sects could already tell that these secret cultivation texts weren't made up at random. The truth was that Father Wang had made ample preparations before writing this book. Although his realm was low, his knowledge of cultivation wasn't necessarily inferior to that of these sect leaders. And this was actually all thanks to Wang Ling, who had enlightened Father Wang's computer. Thus, Father Wang had a photographic memory and could automatically make associations with all the cultivation knowledge he had on the internet. He could make conjectures about a certain cultivation phenomenon in a form similar to an academic paper, and then finally integrate them into a paragraph. This was the legendary big shot operation that belonged to Father Wang alone. Thus, while Father Wang's novel was just an interesting novel for online readers, in the eyes of the big shots from the sects with truly high realms, it became an incomparably interesting academic paper. Thus, what the big shots paid attention to wasn't the cool points and plot in Father Wang's novel, but the paragraphs about the protagonist entering various secret realms as well as the analysis of some magic research. It had always been said that the level of one's realm determined one's vision. Many parts of Father Wang's novel seemed to be nonsense, but that wasn't actually the case. There was still real stuff in it. Thus, Father Chen's promotional post on the cultivation forum instantly went viral, and was even pinned to the top of the home page by administrator Uncle Cat. It was already close to 8:00 in the evening, and Father Wang's wet nurse finally began to show new strength under the push of the sect leaders of the major sects. The horn of reversal had already been officially blown. On the other side, in the Balance Magic Center, Liang Heng and his group could no longer sit still. What's going on? What's going on with Wang Situ? Liang Heng asked as he put out his cigarette. He had thought that Zhu Jiyi's victory was already inevitable, but he hadn't expected Father Wang's sudden burst of strength to catch him off guard. So many gifts, and they all seemed to be newly registered smurfs. Someone replied. The group leaders on Liang Heng's side noticed that these accounts that were giving large amounts to Wang Situ had just been registered. They didn't have avatars or even IDs that had been changed. They were the original IDs that had been automatically generated when the accounts were registered, followed by a series of numbers, F***CK. They're all tips worth 10 million book coins, and there are already more than 10 of them. Where did he summon so many firestorm wheels in such a short time? Liang Heng was puzzled. It wasn't just Liang Heng, even the other group leaders were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. Although the Cultivation Reading Network was currently the largest portal for online serials and was also a gathering place for many nouveau riches, there were too many nouveau riches who had suddenly gathered at Father Wang's side. Could it be the young master of some financial group? I'm not sure. Liang Heng shook his head. Even if it was a young master of a financial group, it shouldn't have caused such a stir. The most important thing was that not only were there a lot of gifts in such a short period of time, the accounts were all different. Even if a nouveau riche young master was giving gifts, he shouldn't have opened so many different accounts, right? Then Brother Liang, what about our Shi and Z? What's the gap in votes now? It's a little strange. They've been giving large amounts of gifts, and in just 3 minutes, they've already given almost 600,000 HNY. But no one's giving out red packets for monthly votes. 10 million book coins comes with 1,000 monthly votes, and they've only caught up with 6,000 votes now. The gap between us hasn't widened yet. No one's giving out red packets for monthly votes. That can't be, right? Liang Heng was a little blank. After thinking for a bit, he said, let's wait and see. We still have almost 300,000 HNY on hand. If they're not giving out red packets for monthly votes, it might be a scam. Father Chen and the others were thrilled. They never expected the sect leaders to be so generous as to give out tens of thousands of HNY in one go. In just a few minutes, they had already given Father Wang almost 600,000 HNY, which was something Father Chen had never dared imagine. But Lin Gang also noticed that no one was giving out red packets for monthly votes. Why isn't anyone giving out red packets? Lin Gang asked. Basically none of the sect leaders do, maybe they don't know how to do it. Giving out red packets is easier, Father Chen said. Then I'll sort it out. Using Father Chen's forum account, Lin Gang started asking for monthly votes in the cultivation forum. Thank you for your support, sect leaders. Today is the Cultivation Reading Network's Rookie King of the Year competition. I believe the author has already felt the gifts from all the sect leaders. Someone immediately replied below. It's just a small amount. I just hope the author will write more about the Black Tortoise Secret Land. His speculations in the novel are very interesting and very valuable for research. It's nothing. Although our sect is only a black-level sect, our annual revenue is hundreds of millions. These gifts are just to encourage the author. Father Chen and the others were stupefied. Sure enough, this was how the big shots operated. Lin Gang then replied, but the gifts aren't the key right now, the most important thing is the monthly votes. There's still a long way to go before we reach first place. Here's a screenshot of how we give out red packets for monthly votes. Each red packet costs 5 yuan, which is equivalent to 500 book coins. I hope all the sect leaders can do their best to help us. Sigh, I feel like this process is a little troublesome. It's not troublesome at all, no, I still think it's a little troublesome. How many votes are we still short of first place? We're still short by more than 40,000 votes. It used to be almost 50,000, but the sect leader's series of gifts of 100,000 yuan narrowed the gap. A gift of 10 million book coins is 100,000 yuan, and you can get 1,000 monthly votes as a gift. Oh, so it's 100,000 yuan plus 1,000 monthly votes, right? Yes, okay, then we know what to do. Then we'll just give gifts until we surpass first place in votes. Very quickly, a sect leader in the cultivation forum replied. Father Chen and Lin Gang, Super Chen and Wang Ling. Chapter 961. It could only be said that these sect leaders were in the end sect leaders. Father Chen and the others were stupefied. This group of sect bigwigs, whose annual revenue was hundreds of millions, completely didn't care about a measly 100,000 HNY. Father Chen ran a body techniques dojo, and when business was good, it was already pretty good for him to earn millions of HNY a year, which was enough for his family to live a well-off life. Although he couldn't compare with these sect leaders, at least he didn't have to worry about food or clothing, and he could occasionally enjoy a few luxurious trips and experience the wonderful richness of life. But even with Father Chen's family conditions, he absolutely couldn't afford to spend hundreds of thousands of HNY. This was more than treating money like dung. Money was dung, That day, thanks to the repeated rewards from Wang Situ's group of Nouveau Riche sect readers, the Cultivation Reading Network's battle for the top of the best newcomer ranking finally achieved an irreversible reversal. The leadership of the website was alarmed, and Zhu Gu was dealt a heavy blow. He directly shriveled up and didn't dare say a word. Even if he wanted to frame Father Wang for manipulating votes, he couldn't do anything about it, because Father Wang's votes had all been rewarded by his book friends. The records of the rewards were there, and the readers of the entire reading network had witnessed it. This was an absolute and unquestionable counterattack. Father Chen didn't know what Zhu Jiyi's situation was like, but in the last half hour of the battle for votes last night, Liang Heng had sent someone to the cultivation forum to share Zhu Jiyi's book Shameless, but in the end, Uncle Cat had directly banned the post. After all, not everyone's writing was as profound as Father Wang's. Liang Heng had been dealt a heavy blow. This was the first time since university that he hadn't fought Father Chen, and he felt aggrieved and depressed. Not only had Zhu Gu failed to win the best author ranking, Liang Heng himself had invested almost 100,000 HNY monthly votes for Zhu Gu, but in the end, he still hadn't been able to stabilize the situation. But at the same time, there were a lot of suspicious points. For example, that rich heiress Dark Governor Lady 13 had disappeared without a trace after the first 100,000 HNY, and hadn't appeared since. If Liang Heng hadn't been convinced that this famous Lady 13 would also join the battle, he would never have been so sure that Zhu Gu would win the battle for the best author ranking from the very beginning. Where had this Lady 13 gone to? The EO department of the Cultivation Reading Network was located in the middle of a bustling business and entrepreneurial park in the city. There were quite a few outstanding young companies in the park, and the Cultivation Reading Network was one of them. As a large-scale online portal, the company's current website already encompassed an entire building, and the floors were divided according to department. On the second floor of the EO department, there was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. He wore a military coat and a gold chain around his neck. The middle-aged man looked a little gloomy, as if he had just experienced a storm. Smoking was prohibited in the EO department's resting area, but this person lit his own cigarette. The disgusting smell of smoke wafted into the air, causing the S who passed by to pour their own coffee to frown. This person was the godly author of the Cultivation Reading Network, Zhu Gu. His original name was Xin Yuan. Teacher Zhuge, Director Huang invited you in. After a while, a beautiful female called out to him. Basically, when writers came to the EO department, the S would not call them by their real names, but by their pseudonyms. Similarly, this was the first time the female had seen Zhuge in person. To be honest, it was a little different from what she had imagined. Although his pseudonym was Zhuge, he looked a little wretched and didn't have the demeanor of Zhuge at all. What a waste of this pseudonym. The female tried hard to maintain her smile and not let her inner thoughts show on her face. What's wrong with old Huang today? I've been waiting for a long time. Zhuge put down his crossed legs, looking a little impatient. Teacher Zhuge, this way please, no need to lead the way, I can walk. Zhuge frowned. As he walked toward the office, he couldn't help but look at the female. You're new here, right? Yes, you should be called Guru Zhuge. Do you know? I'm your guru author here. Sorry, Teacher Zhuge. The female apologized. She was suppressing her anger and a ball of fire in her heart. She wished she could turn into a fire-breathing Godzilla and burn this fatty in front of her. This female had actually been looking forward to meeting Zhuge today. This was too much of a loss of fans. It's okay, I'm still very magnanimous. Congratulations to Teacher Zhuge for winning second place this year. Wait here, I'll go find your leader. Newcomers don't even know how to speak. With that, Zhuge walked into the office in a huff. As soon as the door closed, the female heaved a sigh of relief. A few colleagues who were pouring coffee surrounded her. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? Relax, Zhuge is like this. You're new, Director Huang won't do anything to you. Thank you, Biscuit, Big Suo. I'm fine. Zhuge got second place, so he's in a bad mood. He must be holding it in. Now, he's taking it all out on you. When Director Huang called him in, he didn't seem to be in a good mood either. I wonder what Zhuge will do. Xiao Yuan sighed. On the other side, in the inn-chief's office. As soon as he entered, Zhuge began to curry favor. Old Huang. In the office, call me Director Huang. In the boss's chair, inn-chief Huang Tao pushed up his glasses. Okay. Director Huang. Zhuge's mouth twitched. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. A moment later, Zhuge cleared his throat and asked, about the best author, does Director Huang have any ideas? Everyone saw how Wang Situ crushed you with his gifts, his sales, and his votes yesterday. There's no other way but to get rid of him now. What, do you still want to search for him? Go to his house. Huang Tao smiled. Actually, I did have this idea before. Save it, Zhuge. Chief Huang's face darkened. Do you know who gave him such a large amount of gifts yesterday? Who? Zhuge was stunned. They were the sect leaders of the various major sects on the cultivation forum. If you dare lay a hand on Wang Situ, I guarantee that the next day, these sect leaders will join hands to suppress you. Sect leaders. Zhuge didn't dare believe it. How is that possible? You write history, while Wang Situ writes fantasy. Furthermore, there are some academic things in his books. If you don't understand them, you can treat them as fun, and if you do, you can treat them as treasures, Chief Huang said. He crossed his fingers and rested his chin on his fingers. Also, our company has always had a big female nouveau riche reader called Dark Governor Lady 13. You should know her, right? Zhuge. Zhuge was stunned. He didn't know why the inn-chief had suddenly mentioned this person, and a few drops of cold sweat rolled down his face. Zhuge, she's the reader who helped me fight for the rankings yesterday, and she's also my loyal fan. Of course I know her, hee, that's right, of course you know her. How could you not know her? Chief Huang chuckled and then took out a file from a drawer. Take a look, Zhuge. This is a report from someone anonymously. Furious, Zhuge stood up. Who wants to report me? Calm down, Zhuge. Chief Huang laughed bitterly. When he looked at Zhuge again, his expression was a little complicated. Maybe I shouldn't have called you Zhuge, Director Huang, what do you mean, what do I mean? Huang Tao smiled coldly. That Dark Governor Lady 13 is actually you, right? Chapter 962. These words caused Zhuge's expression to freeze. For a moment, his mind was completely blank, and he didn't know what to say at all. Ever since last night, he'd felt that things weren't going quite right. It didn't seem to be as simple as he'd imagined, but who would have thought, the air seemed to freeze momentarily. Zhuge gulped, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. He even put out the cigarette in his hand. Director Huang, what do you mean? I don't understand, Chief Huang Tao smiled. Stop pretending, Zhuge. I know everything. This report isn't about you, it's about your identity. Open it and take a look. This document had already been opened, so it was clear that Chief Huang had already seen the contents of the report. Zhuge's heart trembled slightly as he took the document away. There were a few documents and a photo in the folder. These documents contained investigation records and online shopping records of multiple IP addresses. Back then, in order to hide his identity, he'd bought the account Dark Governor Lady 13 from a marketing account. And in order to help this account set up the perfect image of a rich missy of a financial group, Zhuge had bought voice changer and other software online to hide his true identity. The IP address of the account and the voice changer on these documents were all the same, and this address referred to Zhuge's home. Zhuge's heart sank. If he wanted to find an excuse, he could have said that these documents were all fake and couldn't be trusted. But what really made Zhuge uneasy was a photo in the folder. Back then, In order to create the image of this dark Governor Lady 13, Zhuge had even thought of cross-dressing and appearing on camera, but his cross-dressing plan had failed. He'd spent 20,000 yuan to buy a high-definition beauty camera online, but it hadn't been able to save his fat face and body. Thus, Zhuge had given up on the cross-dressing plan and switched to using a voice changer to hide his identity. But Zhuge hadn't announced his cross-dressing plan to the public. He'd only adjusted it in private, and this photo was taken when he was adjusting it. From the angle of the photo, it should have been taken by the camera on the front of the laptop. Zhuge, you've really disguised yourself well this time. Even I was fooled by you. Actually, it's not just photos, there's also a video. The video is currently in my hands. Everything is irrefutable. Chief Huang sighed. CEO Huang, Zhuge knew that he was powerless to argue. You know, if the readers know that this dark Governor Lady 13's identity is fake, they might doubt the fairness of our website. Once it is leaked out, it will greatly affect our website. Moreover, your actions are in itself a scam, Huang Tao said. Director Huang, this is all a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you and I both know very well. However, this anonymous informant didn't kill the game. He gave a suggestion. As long as you keep your promise, he won't leak Lady 13's information. What does he want to do? Zhu Ji's face was completely gloomy. His body relaxed like a deflated balloon. Knowing that he had lost the upper hand, Huang Tao thought for a moment and said, First, you can't log into Dark Governor Lady 13's account anymore. This, no problem. Also, let's terminate the contract, Zhu Gu. Chief Huang raised his head and said one last sentence to Zhu Gu. So back then, Wang Situ had driven away Guru Zhu Gu as soon as he had joined the website, and this incident made Father Wang famous on the Cultivation Reading Network. For a summary, see Chapter 74, Father Wang's Daily Search for Inspiration. But if he hadn't scanned Super Chen's memories this time, he really wouldn't have known that so many bizarre stories would have happened afterwards. Zhu Ji's defeat meant that Liang Heng's investment in the best author battle had gone down the drain, which was an unprecedented and major blow for Liang Heng. Balance Magic Center's business also worsened as a result. On the other hand, Super Chen's dad's Body Techniques dojo was vigorously promoted by Father Wang. Father Wang knew that it was Super Chen and the other group leaders who had fought hard for the monthly votes, and he really didn't feel very grateful in his heart. After winning the best author battle, Father Wang sent out a lot of red packets to all the major fan groups to thank all the readers for their support. In the next few days, he worked himself to the bone every day to write tens of thousands of words. Business at Father Chen's Body Techniques dojo had improved, but for some reason, Father Chen had an ominous premonition. The next day was the first day of the new year, and the Body Techniques dojo was closed. But Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling didn't stop training. In the morning, the two of them were doing exercises in the courtyard. Father Chen had designed these exercises himself, and he planned to apply for a patent. According to Father Chen himself, practicing the exercises he had designed was more effective than practicing military boxing. Back then, there had been an online college student practicing military boxing who had been able to stand tall after being stabbed 32 times while subduing a gangster. Father Chen felt that if he practiced his exercises in advance, he wouldn't have to be afraid of being stabbed in the future. Super Strength Basic Body Tempering Gymnastics. Practice one set and you'll see the results. Even if you get stabbed once, you won't scream. Practice 2 sets and you'll have miraculous results. You'll definitely want to get stabbed a second time. Wang Xiaoling had only been training for a few days, and her body was still a little uncoordinated. Super Chen, on the other hand, had been practicing this exercise for a long time. Super Chen was only a few months older than Wang Xiaoling, and they were almost the same age. Wang Xiaoling followed behind Super Chen and learned the movements a little clumsily, while Super Chen deliberately moved very slowly so that Wang Xiaoling could follow. Xiaoling, Super Chen. Halfway through the exercise, Xiaoling's mom's voice came from the fence at the entrance. Auntie. Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling hurried over. Auntie bought some stuffed jianbing from West Street this morning. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Xiaoling's mom handed over 2 portions of stuffed jianbing and 2 cups of soy milk through the gap in the fence. Not yet, my dad is making it. Super Chen took the food and smiled. Auntie, come in. No, I'll come back tomorrow. Auntie has something to do today. Xiaoling's mom refused. Super Chen felt that Xiaoling's mom's tone was a little strange. The fence was a little high, and the vegetation on the side blocked his view, so he couldn't see Xiaoling's mom's face clearly. Without batting an eyelid, Super Chen found an angle to look through the gap. When he saw her face, he immediately knew why she wasn't willing to come in. Xiaoling's mom's face was covered in bruises. Although she was wearing a mask, it couldn't completely hide the bruises. Who on earth had done these bruises? Was it Liang Chao who did it? Super Chen guessed in his heart. Chapter 963. Super Chen ate this breakfast sullenly and gloomily. He looked at Wang Xiaoling and felt a little sorry for her. He hadn't asked directly just now because he was afraid of hurting Xiaoling. It was said that daughters were sweet little cotton-padded jackets. Which girl wouldn't be distressed to see her own mother beaten up? Wang Ling was a little moved by Super Chen's thoughts. Although Super Chen was still young, he was clearly a good child who cared about other people's feelings. If a daughter was sweet little cotton-padded jackets, then Super Chen was a military coat that wrapped around the body. This was what Wang Ling thought. When Father Chen came over with breakfast, he saw Super Chen absent-mindedly nibbling on a fruit jianbing very slowly. He immediately knew that Xiaoling's mom had probably brought food over again, and he instantly scolded him. Super, why didn't you let Xiaoling's mom in? I did, but Auntie. Super Chen hesitated. Seeing this, Father Chen knew what was going on and didn't ask any more questions. After breakfast, Father Chen called Super Chen over for a private talk, and it was then that he learned that Xiaoling's mom had been injured. Father Chen didn't know exactly how Xiaoling's mom had been injured, but he might be able to get some clues if he asked someone nearby, so he called a nearby student. There were also students from his body techniques dojo near the rental house where Xiaoling's mom lived, and Father Chen thought that maybe one of them had seen her. In the end, he only made the first call, and there was already news. On the other end of the line, the student received a call from Father Chen asking about Xiaoling's mom. At first, he was a little reluctant to talk about it. It was likely that his parents had already told him not to meddle in other people's business. Just tell me, I won't tell anyone else. You know, Xiaoling is now a child of our body techniques dojo. Do you still remember what our dojo's motto is? Practicing martial arts isn't for beating people up, it's for upholding justice. If you tell them what you know, you'll be helping Xiaoling. You'll also be upholding justice. Father Chen said. He knew that this was a little too much, and also a little like moral coercion. Father Chen knew that it wasn't very good, but he had to know what on earth had happened to Xiaoling's mom. This was the only way. The child on the other end of the line was silent for a while before telling the truth. Curator, it's like this. Yesterday, I saw Chief Liang's son, Tiger Liang, on my balcony. He was wearing a cast and was leading a group of kids to bully Xiaoling's mom. They burned all the waste that Xiaoling's mother collected yesterday with a fireball spell. The 2 black piles in front of the waste station are the traces. He was only 10 years old, and children at this age were not in their rebellious phase. Basically, they would do whatever their parents said, so it was not easy for him to muster the courage to say what he saw. After saying this, Father Chen was a little incredulous. Kids nowadays even hit people, and Liang Heng doesn't do anything about it. Are you sure Liang Heng did not show up yesterday? No, when Tiger Liang bullied Xiaoling's mom yesterday, Chief Liang never showed up. The child on the other end of the line whispered, I wanted to go down to help, but my parents told me not to be a busybody and to pretend that I didn't see anything. They also didn't let me call the police. Curator, don't blame me for this. It's alright, child. You've already helped Xiaoling's mom a lot by saying all this. I understand everything else, Father Chen comforted him. There was a saying that onlookers didn't mind things getting bigger. This was a common problem everywhere. It wasn't that there weren't warm-hearted people, but most warm-hearted people had been shocked quite badly. Everyone actually had the thought of doing good deeds, but they were afraid that doing good deeds would cause a lot of trouble. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the call ended. Father Chen now understood the gist of the situation. It was Tiger Liang who had caused Xiaoling's mom's injury, and there was no escaping it. Someone nearby had called the police yesterday, and by the time the police arrived, it was already over. Furthermore, because it was a group of kids who had gathered to cause trouble and were underage, they were all brought back to the police station, and after a few minutes of education, they were all released. It could be said that Tiger Liang, this brat, hadn't suffered the slightest bit because of the Cultivation World's Protection of Minors Act. On the other hand, the waste that Xiaoling's mom had painstakingly collected all day yesterday had been burned, and she had also been beaten up. The point was that it was a child who had beaten her up, so the police couldn't do anything about it. But out of humanitarian assistance, the cultivation police still accompanied Xiaoling's mom to the hospital to treat her injuries. The police suggested that it would be best for Xiaoling's mom to go somewhere else. This group of kids had deliberately caused trouble, and if it happened once, there would definitely be a second time. Because of the law protecting minors, even if the police were very angry, they couldn't do anything to Tiger Liang. After listening to this account, Father Chen was so angry that he trembled all over. It was said that a brat definitely had a brat parent behind him. He didn't believe that Tiger Liang would cause trouble for Xiaoling's mom for no reason. It was most likely Liang Heng who had instructed him to do so. Furthermore, Father Chen knew that Liang Heng had already heard that Xiaoling was studying at his school. Father Chen knew that he absolutely couldn't ignore this matter, but he also couldn't personally get involved. Liang Heng was still hiding in the background and watching the fire burn. Father Chen wanted to use this method to provoke Father Chen, and in the end, see the defeated look on Father Chen's face. But how on earth should this matter be resolved? Father Chen lit a cigarette as he pondered. That night in the chat group, Father Chen shared the whole story with Father Wang's Alliance Leader fan group. Father Chen was now Father Wang's #1 fan leader, and after that big battle yesterday, the various sect leaders had also joined the fan group. Sect leader of Heavenly Xian Sect Han Ren, that's too much. Isn't this bullying? Sect leader of Tyrant Earth Sect Zhang Jida, the director of this Balance Magic Center, is a scheming person, using a child to provoke an adult. The law protecting minors is good, but I'm afraid that some scum will take advantage of this loophole to do bad things. The child raised by this scum isn't a good person. Sect leader of Star Killer Sect Song Kaihua, I don't think it's too late. This child has been led astray by his father, but in the end, he's only 10 years old. There will always be mistakes, as long as they are corrected in time. After hearing Father Chen's story, everyone in the group was talking animatedly for a moment. Father Chen also said in the group, I still haven't thought of a better way to deal with this matter. I suspect that Tiger Liang will definitely cause trouble again tomorrow. Even if the police get to the scene later, nothing will be done. Sect leader of Heavenly Xian Sect Han Ren suddenly said, Director Chen, isn't your body techniques dojo? Zhang Deji immediately said, Old Han, what are you thinking? How can you instigate that group of children to help fight? Isn't that just misleading them? Director Chen isn't that kind of person. That's true, Han Ren nodded and said, Sorry, Director Chen, I misspoke. Father Chen was about to reply that it was fine, when he saw Zhang Deji, the leader of Tyrant Earth Sect, say again, Director Chen isn't that kind of person, but I am. Sect leader of Heavenly Xian Sect Han Ren, Sect leader of Star Killer Sect Song Kaihua, Father Chen, Zhang Deji said, in any case, our 3 sects are all in Songhai City. My son is 8 years old this year. Old Han, Old Song, how old is your family? Han Ren, I only have one son, 11 years old. Song Kaihua, my youngest son is also 9 years old. Zhang Deji, the world is dangerous. It's time for them to understand the abyss of suffering in the world. Everyone, Zhang Deji sent a sinister smile emoji. In any case, it's a fight between children, it's not against the law. They use their children, we use ours. Father Chen was stunned. Were the children of the 3 sect leaders going to teach Tiger Liang a lesson? Tiger Liang was already iron crutchly now, it was likely that his second leg would also be temporarily offline tomorrow. Chapter 964. The news that Xiaoling's mom had been beaten up very quickly reached Liang Heng's ears, but this didn't relieve his anger. Strength Super Martial Arts Dojo was gaining momentum, and as Wang Situ's fan, Chen Yi's martial arts dojo was also receiving a lot of praise. Wanting to topple Chen Yi now was no longer an easy task. Liang Heng came up with a new plan to deal with this. If what those students said was true, then Wang Xiaoling was indeed a rare genius. If they could recruit Wang Xiaoling to their Balance Magic Center and finally make Wang Xiaoling the spokesperson of their magic center, then they could quickly regain the popularity they had lost. However, Liang Heng was also well aware that it wouldn't be easy to win Wang Xiaoling over. It was obviously impossible to not threaten and teach Xiaoling's mom a lesson. In fact, Liang Heng had privately asked Xiaoling's mother about transferring to the Balance Magic Center yesterday, but Xiaoling's mother had flatly refused. Liang Heng was someone who cared about his reputation. The more he didn't want something, the more he wanted it. This stubborn personality had also been passed on to Tiger Liang. Because of this personality, Liang Heng had never suffered any losses since he was young. Liang Heng was so overbearing that no one dared to provoke him lightly. But if he continued like this, he would most likely face great danger one day. At night, a group of children came to the Balance Magic Center, and Liang Heng ordered a lot of chicken buckets to entertain them. These were the children who had accompanied Tiger Liang to cause trouble with Xiaoling's mom yesterday. Little Tiger was awesome yesterday, he'll definitely be very successful when he grows up. Liang Heng praised him on the side, then looked at the other children. The other children also performed well. My little Tiger is injured, please take care of him. Liang Heng was very astute, he only mentioned, take care of them, to the others, and didn't directly incite the children to help Tiger Liang cause trouble. Dad, Mom seems to have found out about what happened yesterday. She's really angry, Tiger Liang said after thinking for a while as he nibbled on a fried chicken leg. That tigress, don't mind her. Don't learn from your mom. Learn from your dad. Liang Heng rubbed Tiger Liang's head, maintaining his smile. Liang Heng always called his wife, Tigress, even in front of outsiders. Back then, when he married this university teacher from Chen Yi and gave birth to Tiger Liang, Liang Heng felt that there wasn't much love left between them as a couple. He always felt that something was missing. He didn't have the joy of fighting for Tiger Liang's mother in front of Chen Yi. To Liang Heng, raising his son Tiger Liang with all his might was the key. That tigress at home was nothing to be afraid of. No matter how fierce the tigress was, didn't she still become his wife? As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Liang Heng did not realize that he had ruined another classic phrase. As Father Chen expected, Tiger Liang brought a bunch of naughty kids to trouble Xiaoling's mom at noon the next day. Actually, they didn't know that what they were doing would be considered criminal behavior when they came of age, and would instead find it very amusing. It was impossible to understand the behavior of naughty kids to begin with. Furthermore, there were naughty parents encouraging them behind the scenes, which would only make their children even more unscrupulous and worse. Father Chen didn't let Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling make a move. There was a coffee shop near Xiaoling's mom's recycling station, and he took Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling to sit in the coffee shop and observe the situation. As soon as Tiger Liang appeared with the bunch of naughty kids, Wang Xiaoling pointed nervously at him. Super Chen held Wang Xiaoling's helpless hand and calmed her down. Don't worry, Xiaoling, let's just watch the show. Indeed, They just needed to watch the show, because at that very moment, the sons of the three sect leaders had already been waiting for a long time in Xiaoling's mom's recycling store. Early that morning, a limo dropped off the three of them at the door of the recycling station. Xiaoling's mom was stupefied, thinking that this group of people had come to cause trouble again. In the end, the bodyguards who had come along with them came along and collected all the junk in Xiaoling's mom's recycling station. Of course, the bodyguards didn't have any use for this junk. On one hand, they were doing good deeds, and on the other hand, they were making room for the three young masters. The recycling station wasn't big to begin with, and it was just enough space for the kids to fight and to collect old junk. Then, the three young masters of Tyrant Earth Sect, Heavenly Xian Sect and Star Killer Sect, whose average age was less than 10 years old, sat on small folding stools that had been prepared beforehand and waited for Tiger Liang and his gang to come over. The three young masters sat obediently on the stools. Each of them was wearing a small suit and a pair of sunglasses, and looked like they had been brought up very well. Xiaoling's mom didn't know what was going on at first, but it wasn't until noon when she saw Tiger Liang, who had come to cause trouble the day before, come over with his men again that she more or less understood. Xiaoling's mom wanted to go up and calm them down, but she still had lingering fears when she recalled how she had been burned by Tiger Liang's fireball spell yesterday. The tall bodyguard on the side smiled faintly when he saw this. "Don't panic, Auntie. Just relax and let the kids handle their own matters." The three young masters had their own missions, and so did he. Apart from protecting the three young masters' safety, this bodyguard was actually here to control the situation. If something unexpected happened, someone would have to intervene. He had come on the orders of Tyrant Earth Sect's Sect Master Zhang Diji, who had single-handedly planned this counterattack. At this moment, Tiger Liang came over. When he saw the three obedient young masters sitting in front of the recycling station, he instantly smiled sinisterly and shouted, "Are the three of you the reinforcements Xiaoling's mom sent?" The three young masters looked at each other and didn't reply. For the sake of today's appearance, they had gotten the same hairstyle done early in the morning and even wore the same clothes. Apart from their different heights, they looked exactly like three brothers from afar. The relationship between the three sect masters was pretty good to begin with, and the relationship between the three young masters was naturally extraordinary as well. "If you don't say, then I'll take that as tacit agreement." Tiger Liang chuckled. "I might be lame in one leg, but I advise you to get out of the way, otherwise you'll suffer." Tiger Liang was the tyrant of this generation of brats, and when he spoke, he naturally sounded like he was bullying the weak. But the three young masters weren't to be trifled with. Balance Magic Center was indeed very famous in this area, but no matter how famous it was, could it compare to the children of the three sect masters themselves? No matter how strong Liang Heng was or how famous his magic center was, in the face of a true light force, it was just a small, mediocre place. The three young masters didn't understand why a kid from a small dojo could be so arrogant. The kid standing in the middle immediately made a move. He was the son of Tyrant Earth Sect's Sect Master, Zhang Diji, and was only 8 years old. This move was so fast that Super Chen didn't even have time to react. By the time he came back to his senses, the first round had already smashed into the right side of Tiger Liang's face. Bang! With a bloody front tooth, Tiger Liang was sent flying on the spot. Chapter 965. Father Chen saw that the fight had already begun at the recycle bin, and hesitated whether to go over and take a look. The three young masters were too powerful, and were more agile than some of the older kids who had been training in his body techniques dojo for years. Father Chen was stupefied. But after thinking about it, Father Chen in the end didn't decide to step forward. Zhang Diji had sent a bodyguard to keep an eye on them, and judging from his aura, that bodyguard was at the Golden Core stage. He would always be there to keep an eye on things, and it was impossible for anyone to die. Besides, Tiger Liang, this brat, was relying on his dad, Liang Heng, to bring a bunch of brats to smash and rob Xiaoling's mom's place, and even injure her. Father Chen got angry at the thought of it. This was a rare opportunity, and he had to give Tiger Liang a good beating no matter what. That day, Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling were dumbfounded. No matter how much they trained in the body techniques dojo, watching real sect disciples fight at such a close distance, especially the young masters of genuine sects, was an experience they had never had before. Not all rich second-generation kids relied on their fathers to bully others like Tiger Liang. Rich second-generation kids were relative, and there were rich second-generation kids at every level. In their area, Tiger Liang was a rich second-generation kid. But compared with Zhang Deji and the other sect leaders, the Liang family's Balance Magic Dojo was comparable to a slum. The three young masters of the three sects were of high birth, and had received the best conditions from the moment they were born. Furthermore, they were bound to have received excellent training, and their physical qualities were far superior to those of their peers. Father Qin sighed repeatedly. Zhang Pingru, the son of Tyrant Earth sect's leader Zhang Deji, was only 8 years old, but he was stronger than some of the 11 or 12-year-old kids in their dojo. The more superior a rich second-generation kid's family background was, the more education and effort they were likely to have received from a young age than ordinary people. There was a good saying, "Don't be afraid of other people having more money or being born into a higher family." What you were afraid of was having more money, being born into a higher family, and working harder than you. Father Chen was deeply shaken by this, and at the same time, it stimulated the young hearts of Super Chen and Wang Xiaoling, these two 4-year-old kids. That night, Father Chen called Xiaoling's mom, the three sect young masters and the accompanying bodyguard to a restaurant for dinner. Mother Chen was busy in the back kitchen. It wasn't appropriate to order takeout on this occasion, so she thought of making some home-cooked dishes for them to eat. The three young masters originally had other training in the evening, but when they heard that it was Father Chen's invitation, Zhang Deji and the others in the fan group instantly agreed. In fact, this was all for Wang Situ's sake. Since Father Wang had won the title of Best Author, Wet Nurse had attracted widespread attention in the cultivation forum, and the sect leaders of all the major sects were probing the mysteries of the book as if they were reading a research report. Before dinner, everyone was sitting at the table nibbling on melon seeds. The three young masters from the three sects still sat very obediently, which made Father Chen feel the gap between their upbringing and that of others. But Father Chen wasn't anxious. Besides, Super Chen was only 4 years old, and was at the age when he was lively. After all, children were born this way. "Thank you, everyone," Xiaoling's mother thanked them profusely. To be honest, Xiaoling's mom was already mentally prepared for Tiger Liang to cause trouble today. The burly bodyguard whom Zhang Deji had sent was called Zhu Jin. Some people called him Little Zhu, while others called him Ah Jin. Zhu Jin smiled slightly and said, "Xiaoling's mom doesn't need to worry anymore, that brat has already received the lesson he deserves. Our three young masters didn't do anything this time, they just gave him a little punishment." "Oh my god. You call this a little punishment? That Tiger Liang is too miserable." Super Chen slapped his thigh. Recalling Tiger Liang's miserable state at noon, he couldn't help laughing. Miserable, indeed miserable, he had been sent flying with a kick at the very beginning, and it was as if he had been tossed a ball in the air for a whole 5 minutes before he fell. Tiger Liang's lackeys hadn't been of any help at all. When they saw the three young masters in this state, they had all scattered on the spot. That kid asked for it. Instead of learning what was good, he insisted on making trouble. And that father of his who instigated him behind the scenes is also despicable. Father Chen said unhappily. "Thank you, Chief Chen, but I'm afraid Liang Heng won't let it go." Xiaoling's mom had a worried expression on her face. She hugged Wang Xiaoling next to her tightly, feeling that her daughter seemed to have gotten to know her a little better and had put on some weight. "I know, Xiaoling's mom, I know his personality too well." Father Chen nodded. "You don't need to worry." Zhu Jin said, "Our three sect leaders have already sent lawyer letters to Balance Magic Center. If Chief Liang knows what's good for him, he won't come looking for trouble for the time being." "Lawyer letters?" Father Chen was blank. "That's right. After all, our 3 young masters were all injured at the same time," said Zhu Jin. "Where are they injured?" asked Father Chen. "It's fine, they're just minor injuries." Jin sipped his tea and said, "I used too much force when I hit Tiger Liang, and my fingernails cracked." Pfft! Super Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Father Chen and Xiaoling's mom were utterly shocked by Tyrant Earth's sex operation. It was clearly Tiger Liang who had been beaten up, but in the end, the Liang family had received lawyer letters instead. There was actually this kind of operation. In response, Jin also laughed. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. It had to be said that Super Chen was very good at socializing. In the span of a meal, he had become familiar with the 3 young masters, and they had even exchanged contact information. Although the 3 young masters were strong, Super Chen had his own strong point, and that was that he was becoming more and more eloquent. After all, he had been pursuing the art of language all this time. Father Chen was very happy about this. It was a rare opportunity to communicate with peers who were more skilled than him. Furthermore, the schedules of the 3 young masters were usually very full, and Super Chen had grasped this opportunity very well. Super Chen roughly compared his plan for the day with that of the 3 young masters from the 3 sects, and only then did he realize that he really paled in comparison. The number of lessons the 3 young masters had to learn in a day was more than Super Chen could have imagined. In particular, that 8-year-old Zhang Pingru was busy from 6 in the morning until 2 in the morning the next day, and only had 4 hours of sleep a day. Magic logical thinking, body technique training, dodging and agility training, spirit chi breathing training, lessons big and small ran through his day. Before Jin took him away, Father Chen was surprised to see that Super Chen was actually wearing a young master's suit. It was a little too big, and Super Chen was still holding up the trousers and sleeves. "Super Chen, why are you wearing Pingru's clothes?" Pingru suggested it. "He likes the Taoist clothes in our restaurant, so I found one that fits him and swapped with him," Super Chen said. "You're so coquettish," Father Chen said. "If the young master likes it, then let's swap. You must groom head Chen's son well. His root bone is actually pretty good. Our sect has some unique bone-strengthening pills. Sect head is busy today and couldn't come, so this is a gift. Someone will deliver it to you in 2 days. Chief Chen, please don't treat me like an outsider." Jin also smiled. "Thank you, Page." As soon as Father Chen said this, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He had wanted to call him Little Zhu, but for some reason, his brain had gone haywire, and he had said the wrong name. "Sorry, Jin, it's fine, Chief Chen, I'm already used to it, so, people generally still like to call me Jin. Little Zhu makes it easy to associate it with other places." Chapter 966. Balance Magic Center was facing an unprecedented crisis of opening for business. Liang Heng's current situation could almost be described as irreparable. When Tiger Liang was brought back, he was already like a dumpling, but fortunately, he was still conscious. The young masters of the 3 sects hadn't been too ruthless with Tiger Liang, and hadn't directly damaged his brain, but Liang Heng felt like he was about to break down. "Chen Yi, I'm not done with you." Liang Heng gripped Tiger Liang's hand tightly. Tiger Liang was so badly injured that he couldn't even speak, but he knew that taking this matter to the cultivation court might not be of any use. The 3 sect leaders' lawyers had already sent letters to his Balance Magic Center, and the only way out was to admit defeat. There didn't seem to be any other way. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. When Liang Heng opened the door, he was shocked to see who it was. A balding middle-aged man with a big belly was standing at the door, smoking a cigarette with a melancholy look on his face. Guru Zhuge. He didn't know that Zhuge had already terminated his contract with the Cultivation Reading Network, and this name made Zhuge's liver hurt a little. Liang Heng and Zhuge had previously met at an offline fan meet and greet, and only the top 20 fans on the fan rankings had the right to attend. It seems you're not in a good situation either. Zhuge laughed coldly. When he saw Liang Heng's melancholy and frustrated expression, he suddenly understood what had happened. The reason why the website had terminated his contract was actually because of the pressure from the sect leaders behind the scenes. Although Chief Huang hadn't said much to him, Zhuge had still contacted some internal staff after terminating the contract and got a general understanding of the situation. Zhuge stuffed a box of black toad bone-strengthening powder into Liang Heng's hands. I know your son is injured. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. You're too kind, Teacher Zhuge. Liang Heng accepted the gift. His son had broken bones all over his body, so this gift was just right. Liang Heng thought that Zhuge had done his homework before coming here. He actually knew everything about Tiger Liang's injuries. The two of them sat across from each other in the dojo. After a moment of silence, Zhuge spoke first. The Cultivation Reading Network has terminated my contract. Liang Heng was a little confused. Why? Yes, it's because of pressure from a certain party. Zhuge did not reveal that he was Lady 13. Actually, he didn't want to hide this matter, but if he did, then Liang Heng would probably guess that he had cross-dressed to disguise himself as Lady 13. For Zhuge, it was a very shameful thing, and a little disgusting when he thought about it. No one could imagine a fat otaku with a beer belly wearing a Lolita dress and not being able to fit in, right? At that time, Zhuge remembered that as soon as he put one hand out of the sling, the oversized Lolita evening gown was torn to shreds on the spot. Don't tell me it's also the sex pressure. Liang Heng was very smart. He saw that Zhu Ji's expression was a little off and quickly thought of this possibility. In comparison, the fathers of the three young masters who had stood up for Xiaoling's mother this time were also fans of Wang Situ's side. It was normal for Liang Heng to connect the dots. Songhai City, I'll move out tomorrow. After that, I'll be the chief of a small newspaper in a small place, Zhuge said faintly as he took a drag on his cigarette and stared at Liang Heng. Liang Heng gritted his teeth. Guru Zhuge, don't you feel indignant? Everything you've worked so hard for has been taken away from you. Every dog has its day, there's nothing to be indignant about. Zhuge sneered. Then, he took out a USB from his pocket. This is something that one of my fans sent to me by express. What's this? Liang Heng stared at the USB. He said that there's something inside that can help me turn over. I opened it and took a look. There's only a curse software inside, Zhuge said. Curse? It was probably developed by someone in the demonic path. How do you do it? Does it cost money? I've never come into contact with someone in the demonic path, but they can't be bothered to pursue worldly things like money. I opened it and took a look. The payment method for the curse is one's lifespan. Zhuge smiled. So, this thing is basically useless to me. My health isn't good to begin with, and because of my writing, I've been sedentary for a long time. Not only do I have 3 highs, I also have a fatty liver. Even if I use the best health supplements in this era, if I don't lose weight, I'll die in 100 years. Hearing this, Liang Heng fell silent. Putting aside whether this curse is real or not, even if it is, I'll lose dozens of years of my lifespan to bring the other party down for the sake of my revenge. The losses outweigh the gains. In the end, both sides will suffer, and even I don't have many years left to live. Saying this, Zhuge sighed. Liang Heng gripped the USB. As he listened to Zhu Ji's words, he felt a little sad. This was the first time he had lost to Qin Yi, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At the thought of Tiger Liang's miserable appearance wrapped in bandages, he wanted nothing more than to bite the Qin father and son to death. After that, Liang Heng opened some beer and made some side dishes to go with it. The two of them chatted for a while over beer in the restaurant. While he was drinking, Liang Heng used the laptop on the side to open the USB flash drive and copied the file to his computer. His movements were swift. The two men drank and ate. After about half an hour or so, Zhuge looked at the sky. It's almost time. I should go, Chief Liang. Zhu Ge got up from the ground. His body was so huge that it looked strenuous to move. Liang Heng wanted to go over to help him, but Zhu Ge waved his hand and braced himself to get up from the ground. Chief Liang, please return the USB to me. Okay. After seeing Zhu Ge off, the first thing Liang Heng did was open the copy of the software. Everything was as Zhu Ge had said. This was a cursing software with a scary page. After opening it, the computer screen was immediately covered by a pop-up window, and the image that came into view was that of a Grim Reaper holding a scythe. There was a name box on the Grim Reaper's tongue. It was noted that one only needed to think of that person's appearance and enter their real name. The price of the curse method was also clearly marked on the software. Liang Heng opened the menu and glanced at it. Mild curse, 1 year of lifespan. Moderate curse, 5 years of lifespan. Severe curse, 8 years of lifespan. Super curse, 10 years of lifespan. Quadruple curse deluxe package, 20 years of lifespan. In addition to the above marked curses, Liang Heng also saw that in the upper right corner of the page, there was an entrance for topping up one's lifespan. One only needed to hold the mouse and silently recite the number to complete the top-up. Seeing this, Liang Heng smiled sinisterly. Although business in his dojo was not as good as before these days, but there were many students. Chapter 967. Was he going to cast a curse on his students? Liang Heng instantly came up with this plan. Although it wasn't very kind, he had no other choice. He still had Tiger Liang to take care of, a wife and children, and an old mother, and he was already old. But the students were different. They were young and had a long life ahead of them. Even if some of it was taken away, it should be fine, right? Thinking this, evil thoughts sprang up in Liang Heng's mind, and a shadow gathered in his heart. But whether this thing would work or not, Liang Heng felt that he still had to give it a try first. He typed Father Chen's name into the name box on the death god's tongue, and finally chose the mild curse option. Very quickly, the death god waved its scythe on the computer screen, and the entire screen was instantly stained with blood. Liang Heng felt his mental strength fall into a trance for a few seconds. When he came back to his senses, the death god had already curled up its long tongue, and a string of words appeared on the computer screen at the same time. In progress. It was actually true. Liang Heng examined his body in disbelief. Indeed, in that split second just now, his physical condition had deteriorated a little, as if he had aged. Even his skin had become a little loose. After all, middle-aged people had to persevere in cultivation every day and do a lot of exercise to maintain their bodies. Just now, a year of his lifespan had been taken away, and the side effects of life's steel were directly reflected on him. If this was used on his students, he was afraid that his students would become seriously ill. But Liang Heng wasn't unhappy. On the contrary, he felt very happy now. Thanks to Zhu Ge, he had actually found this method to help him achieve this magnificent reversal. Around the same time on the second day, when Liang Heng checked the cursing software again, a video that was a few minutes long was sent to his inbox. Liang Heng clicked it open and saw that the person in the video was actually Father Chen. Although he wasn't sure how the person who had taken the video had been able to do it at such a close distance without being discovered, Liang Heng still watched the video carefully from beginning to end, not missing a single minute. It should be said that this was a compilation of Father Chen's bad luck from the day. At 7:00 in the morning, Father Chen arrived at the dojo's entrance, and saw that it had actually been sprayed with the word demolish in big red spray paint. What's going on? Father Chen was stupefied by the huge demolition pattern in front of him. He touched the red spray paint. This spray paint was waterproof and would not wash off easily. This time, he would have to spend a large sum of money to tear down the sliding doors of the dojo and reinstall them. Even if he filed a complaint against the paint worker and received compensation, it would take a few months for him to go through the complaint process. But what made Father Chen feel even more despair was that next to the word, dismantle, a few smaller words had been sprayed. Sorry, I sprayed it wrong. Father Chen. Liang Heng. This was the first part of the video. Like Father Chen in the video, Liang Heng, who was sitting in front of the computer and watching the video, was silent for a long time. He did not know why. Liang Heng wanted to laugh, but this was just the beginning of Father Chen's cursed bad day. The second scene was at noon. When Father Chen was eating fish, a fish bone actually got stuck in his throat, and he was sent straight to the hospital. The video Liang Heng received showed a doctor taking out the fish bone for Father Chen. The doctor used a pair of forceps to remove the bone, which was still stained with blood from Father Chen's throat. How dangerous! If you had come a little later, this fish bone would have pierced your throat. In the operating room, Father Chen felt wronged. Because the fish bone had just been taken out, his voice was still very hoarse. But doctor, I bought a scaleless boneless fish. This type of fish was very popular in the market. As its name suggested, scaleless and boneless, both adults and children could eat it, and its meat was delicious. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for this type of fish to eat fish bones. Is the fish you bought fresh? The meat is a little old, then you probably don't know, but you have to buy young and middle-aged scaleless fish in the market. This type of fish isn't boneless, it's just that their bones are very soft when they're young and middle-aged. When they eat it, it's like they don't have bones. It's a pity that you bought an old one. Is there a problem with the old fish? Father Chen shivered. Of course the old fish can be eaten, but the one you bought has bone hyperplasia, the doctor replied. Father Chen, the last 2 minutes of the 6-minute video were of Father Chen on his way back from the hospital. Father Chen's taxi had just reached an intersection not far from the dojo when a truck carrying steel bars unexpectedly went out of control and crashed into Father Chen's taxi head-on. Fortunately, the driver was an experienced driver, who had quick wits in the nick of time. Anticipating the truck's out-of-control trajectory, he slammed on the accelerator and sped up. With a whirlwind charge, he directly overtook the truck and stopped in a safe area up ahead. The truck carrying the steel bars crashed into the divider on the side of the road, and white smoke started to rise from the front of the truck. I'm really unlucky today. In the video, Father Chen looked behind him with lingering fear, his expression clearly a little fearful. But in front of the screen, Liang Heng was overjoyed. He had only used up a year of his lifespan, and was about to kill Father Chen. Liang Heng was overjoyed at the thrill of this under-the-table manipulation. Because of his curse yesterday, his opponent Chen Yi had actually been cursed for real. Not only had Father Chen been unlucky for a whole day, he had almost died. One had to know that this was only a mild curse. Liang Heng was excited. He wondered what the effect would be if it was a moderate curse. Liang Heng raised an eyebrow. Staring at the completed order in the curse software, he couldn't calm down for a long time. After seeing Father Chen's unlucky day, Liang Heng felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Let me see what a moderate curse will do. Liang Heng was very excited. A mild curse had already almost killed Father Chen. Wouldn't a moderate curse leave him half dead? Liang Heng thought for a while. Then, he typed a brand new name on the curse software's death god tongue, Super Chen. His goal actually wasn't to kill Chen Yi, but to make him feel pain. But if he cursed Super Chen, as a father, Chen Yi would definitely suffer even more. Liang Heng felt that he was too quick-witted. Chapter 968. After that day, Super Chen fell seriously ill. The cause of this illness was a fever. Because he had been training since a young age, Super Chen had always had a good physique. This sudden fever, which caught Father and Mother Chen off guard, left them flustered for a moment. There were a lot of people at the children's hospital, and it was normal for flu to change seasons. Neither Father Chen nor Madam Chen thought much of it at this time. No parents would associate their child's fever with a curse. On the way, Xiaoling changed the heat dissipation tape for him and took good care of him. Father Chen hadn't thought of letting Xiaoling come along at first, but the two children were too close. Furthermore, after taking care of Xiaoling during this time, Father Chen realized that while Wang Xiaoling was mute, she was also a stubborn girl. Once you've decided on something, it's hard to change it. But because she was worried that Xiaoling would also be infected, Xiaoling also made sufficient preparations under Madame Chen's careful guidance. For the past 2 days, the Chen family's meals revolved around the indigofera root. Radix isatidis noodle soup, Radix isatidis egg stew, Radix isatidis black tea, etc. There's no need for so many people to enter. You guys wait at the door. After the number was called, Father Chen carried the weak Super Chen into the clinic, which made the surrounding parents raise their eyebrows and make way for them. Poor child, this season's flu is not bad, but this child fainted from a fever. His physique is too weak. Seeing Super Chen's pitiful appearance, many people looked at him sympathetically. Most of the people here were parents, so they knew how anxious parents were in such situations. Father Chen had called for a specialist, and from the information on the door, this specialist was a famous doctor called Lu Min. He specialized in treating difficult and complicated diseases of children, and he was the chief specialist of the internal medicine department of this hospital. Seeing Father Chen come in with Super Chen on his back, the doctor couldn't help looking anxious. Lu Min had seen a lot of children today, but this was the first one to faint from a fever. Have you taken your temperature? How high is it? 42 degrees, and it's getting hotter and hotter. Yes, the situation is quite serious. But don't worry, I can cure him. Dr. Lu Min was very confident. Thank you, doctor. Father Chen was slightly relieved. It's just a small problem. There was one with a fever of more than 70 degrees. 70 degrees, yes, and that child's parents are also very open-minded. Fry an egg on a child's forehead. I'll cool him down first. Dr. Lu cleaned his hands and then touched Super Chen's forehead. An azure light shone from his palm. This was the heat dissipation technique. This was just a basic spell. In fact, many cultivators could cast it, but this spell relied on basic skills and required a long period of cultivation. If one was not a professional doctor, most people could only temporarily suppress the effects of this spell. However, professional doctors like Dr. Lu were different. When they cast this kind of magic, they could completely suppress it. While casting the spell, Dr. Lu was also observing the scale on the sickbed. This sickbed was a scientific cultivation artifact jointly launched by the Academy of Magical Treasures. It could monitor the various physical conditions of the patients lying on it, saving the patients the pain of running around the hospital. It could be seen that after Dr. Lu cast the spell, Super Chen's temperature had dropped from 42 degrees Celsius to 39 degrees Celsius. But this was still not a normal human body temperature. No, the temperature won't go down. Dr. Lu shook his head. Is it a viral cold? Based on my experience, it definitely isn't. Dr. Lu said, does your child cultivate any special cultivation technique? Special cultivation technique? Yes. Dr. Lu nodded and said, some parents nowadays are too harsh on their children's cultivation before they reach the foundation establishment stage. They make their children pursue advanced cultivation techniques, but forget whether they're suitable for cultivation or not. If they're not compatible with the cultivation technique, they'll also have this abnormal fever. After hearing this, Father Chen immediately rejected it. My child's health has always been very good. Our family runs a body techniques dojo, and I've always had my child cultivate the most basic physique without pursuing any advanced cultivation techniques. After dismissing the possibility of Super Chen cultivating a special cultivation technique, Dr. Lu frowned. When did your child start to have a fever? It should have been in the wee hours of this morning, but it was already 6:00 when I found out. That's his training time. It wasn't until I went to his room that I realized he had a fever. Father Chen sighed and grabbed Super Chen's hand. Dr. Lu, if you know anything, please tell me. Your child's health is actually very good. From my examination, this abnormal fever can already be ruled out as an internal cause. But an external cause, that's out of my control. Dr. Lu Min said solemnly, do you have any enemies? Enemies? Father Chen was stunned. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Liang Heng. But Father Chen still didn't dare believe that Liang Heng would do something like this, that he would lay his hands on his child. What was more, this was just a guess at the moment. Even if Liang Heng did it, Father Chen currently had no evidence. Dr. Lu, is this the cause of the curse? Yes. Judging from various factors, I suspect that your child's abnormal fever might be due to a curse. Our hospital also has a curse dispelling department, but the curse on your child is a little complicated. Given that we don't know what kind of curse it is, it will take at least 2 days to dispel it, but these 2 days will delay the child's condition. Then what should I do? Father Chen was anxious. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Dr. Lu grit her teeth. She directly wrote a bunch of words in the medical record book that Father Chen couldn't understand, and then stamped it with her own seal. Take this medical record book and look for my Shifu in the western part of the city. He might have a way. Please believe me. Your child's illness can't be dragged on like this. Super Chen's temperature is now at 39 degrees, but this is only temporary. You have to take advantage of this time to get there. Dr. Lu's Shifu. Good. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Father Chen was shaken by Dr. Lu's appraising gaze. Now that things had come to this, he could only believe her. About 2 hours later, Father Chen followed the address Dr. Lu had given him and found the place. This was a Buddhist temple that had a slightly aged feel to it. Based on Dr. Lu's handwriting and seal in the medical record book, he found Dr. Lu's Shifu. This was a kind-looking monk whose hair and beard were already grizzled. Draped in a kasaya, he carried Super Chen over and said softly, Amitabha. Amitabha, which devil cast this curse on such a young child? It's really demented, master. Please save my child. Don't worry, benefactor. The Zen master nodded. Then, Father Chen saw him flick Super Chen's forehead with the flower-picking finger. A golden Buddhist light surged out and rushed out of the black chi inside Super Chen's body. Then, the Zen master wiped his sweat. Don't worry. Your child is fine now. Father Chen was skeptical. That's it. The Zen master, it's fine now, benefactor. I've already blessed your child. Father Chen. Chapter 969. Blessed, blessed. Father Chen was stupefied by the master's words. In all his years of living, this was the first time he had heard that a person could be blessed. I generally don't do this for people, but this child's situation is special. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. As for the cost, there's no need. The master smiled and said, when your child has fully recovered, I hope you can bring your family to the temple to cultivate with me for half a month. Father Chen touched Super Chen's forehead. Although Super Chen still looked very weak, he indeed no longer had a fever. Master Jin Dang's full-body blessed spell just now had indeed dispelled the curse. Father Chen had a respectful expression on his face. May I ask for Master's name? This old monk's Buddhist name is Jin Dang. Master Jin Dang said in a clear voice, I didn't ask you to come here to cultivate with me for you to work for me. Instead, I predicted that in the next 15 days, the villain behind you will attack you again. Although my monastery is a little run down, it can ward off villains and turn misfortune into fortune. Thank you, Master. Father Chen nodded solemnly. This was too strange. Super Chen, who had always been in good health, had suddenly caught a cold, and when he went to the hospital, they couldn't find out what was wrong with him. In the end, it turned out that he had been cursed. If it hadn't been for that Dr. Lu and this Master Jin Dang, Super Chen might have died from this curse this time. Thinking this, Father Chen couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Liang Heng, apart from this scheming and competitive senior brother of his, Father Chen really couldn't think of anyone he knew who would do such a vicious thing. Father Chen never expected that Liang Heng would actually disregard even the slightest bit of brotherly camaraderie. You can't delay your cultivation. If you can come tomorrow, that would be the best. Before he left, Master Jin Deng gave Father Chen one last word. Thank you, Master. I'll come tomorrow after I've sorted things out. Father Chen nodded. After that, Father Chen's job was to persuade Mother Chen. Father Chen was also very worried about Xiaoling's mom, so he persuaded her and Xiaoling to come to the temple to cultivate together. Contrary to Father Chen's expectations, his persuasion was quite successful. Because Father Chen was an atheist to begin with, he had never prayed to Buddha. Now that he had suddenly come up with the idea of quiet cultivation, and his attitude was so serious and earnest, Madame Chen and Xiaoling's mom were instantly intimidated. Master Jin Deng, before Madame Chen retired to become a housewife, she was in charge of the census. She chewed the name over and over again, feeling that the monk's Buddhist name was a little familiar. On the first day of their retreat, Father Chen took Super Chen, Madame Chen, Xiaoling's mom and Xiaoling to this old Zen temple. The body techniques dojo was closed for the time being. Father Chen had informed the students in advance that they were going on a holiday, and to prevent losing students during this period, he gave each student 2 extra classes. Shutting down for half a month actually had a huge impact on the Chen family's income. But his health was more important. Even if they knew that Liang Heng was the one who cast the curse, they didn't know how Liang Heng cast the curse or how to block it. Fortunately, Master Jin Deng pointed them in the right direction. Benefactors, this room is reserved for you. I hope that you can cultivate yourselves and live happily for the next half a month. A little monk led them to a courtyard house inside the Zen temple. Father Chen saw that it wasn't just them, there were also other people here for quiet cultivation. Thank you, little master. Father Chen also bowed. Oh, by the way, where is master? Shifu is giving a lecture in the main hall. This is his daily program, today's sermon. If you're interested, you can listen in. The little monk smiled. Today's sermon, Father Chen felt that the name sounded a little familiar. Master Jin Deng was responsible for arranging the classes for the retreat. Since Master Jin Deng was giving a lecture at the moment, Father Chen and the others naturally didn't want to disturb him, so he led them to the main hall to listen in. There were also a lot of people in the audience. They found a cushion on the side and sat down cross-legged to listen with great interest. It was only later that Father Chen learned that people came to Master Jin Deng's Zen temple regularly for quiet cultivation. During this period, they could stay as long as they wanted as long as they paid for utilities and accommodation. Furthermore, the accommodation was very cheap. There were a lot of believers in this Golden Lamp Zen temple. From this, it could be seen that Master Jin Deng was indeed a capable person. Every day, a lot of people came to listen in on the today's sermon segment, and a lot of people came to ask questions. Some of the people asking questions were disciples who were meditating in the Zen yard. They would come to ask questions when they had doubts, while others came from afar to ask for guidance. They asked all kinds of questions and asked all kinds of questions. Someone, a bald programmer, asked, Master Jin Deng. The day before yesterday, 2 options suddenly popped up on my computer, telling me to either install a computer patch or choose to skip it. I don't know what to do. Is this a reminder from some security software? Master Jin Deng smiled slightly. Master, you have incredible foresight. This is a pop-up notification from 360 security guard. Master, please explain what I should do. Benefactor, you're mistaken. In fact, you can choose 3, uninstall 360 security guard. Master, is wise. Everyone, the second person to ask a question was a woman who was meditating in the Zen temple. Father Chen heard that she had been waiting in line for a long time, and it was only her turn today. When it was finally her turn to ask a question, the woman's eyes were full of tears. Master, my son doesn't think about improving himself all day long, and wants to become an idol. What should I do? Become an idol? Most children nowadays have this idea, but little do they know that this line of work runs deep and can't be set foot in easily. Master Jean Deng sighed. Master is right. But my son won't listen. The woman was a little helpless. How about this, I'll write you a poem, and you can put it on your son's bedside. The woman asked, what poem? Master Jean Deng took out a page of golden paper and wrote as he said, to become an idol, hair parted in the middle, fancy dribbling a little dizzy, smoky makeup, hand cream, panic when playing basketball, overalls, height shoes, a bow at the waist, can sing. Can dance, can't tell male from female. Okay, this is the poem. The woman, Master, you're so strong, everyone, Master, you're amazing, Master, you're amazing, Master Jean Deng laughed. I've summed up the current situation of boys becoming idols. I reckon that your son shouldn't be very old, and this is the best age for him to study. If he studies hard and attentively, he's bound to have a great career in the future. As a person, one should always be down to earth. Chapter 970. Liang Heng received another video, but this time, it was accompanied by a very official-looking notice. The notice was as follows, Dear user, thank you for ordering the curse service again. This time, the curse service is a medium curse service. Because the curse process was obstructed by someone, it has not been completed. According to the curse service regulations, the curse service wouldn't be refunded if there was an obstruction in the middle of the process, unless the caster was hit by an earthquake, a tsunami, or some other force majeure. Liang Heng, this was a little unfair. Liang Heng opened the video and found that the new video this time was often extremely short, even shorter than the videos uploaded by the Up Master of Bilibili, the world's largest pigeon breeding site. And most importantly, in order to make up for the length of the video this time, there was even a freaking opening and ending. This video was of Father Chen taking care of Super Chen, and then carrying him to the children's hospital. The video stopped abruptly at the hospital, and turned into a small, unreadable snowflake. Someone obstructed the curse. Liang Heng checked the notice on the software repeatedly. He had inadvertently obtained the curse software from Zhu Gu, and his first experiment had been very successful. How could the other party have sensed it? Could it be that an expert had helped him? Liang Heng thought of this possibility. At that moment, the software's prompt sounded. This was the second notice from the curse software, which said, considering the strength of the person who has dispelled the curse, it is recommended that you use an advanced curse or a set curse. Liang Heng, dear, do you want a card? Add up 10 years of your lifespan to become a member, and you can enjoy a 20% discount. Liang Heng, 10 years, only 20%, this is a discount for primary members. Dear, you can also consider adding up for 50 years. This is the price of the highest diamond membership. You can enjoy a 50% discount. Furthermore, we'll throw in a special curse service. This special curse service will make a person forever play basketball like. Wasn't this a little too vicious? Although the system notice didn't directly mention a name, Liang Heng could already guess who it was. To be honest, Liang Heng was a little tempted by such a vicious special service. But not everyone could take 50 years of their lifespan in one go. Liang Heng had previously calculated his lifespan, and he could live up to 200 years. Now, including the lifespan he had used in the curse software, he only had about 100 years left. The first time, Liang Heng had lost a year of his lifespan, which made him feel a sense of fatigue. The second time, Liang Heng had lost 5 years of his lifespan, and his hair had turned white overnight. These were all stress reactions after his lifespan was absorbed. If 50 years were taken away in one go, he would probably not be able to move anymore, Liang Heng was worried. Suddenly, he thought of the more vicious method he had thought of before, and that was to ask his students for help. The students didn't know about the curse software anyway. All he had to do was use some tricks to trick them into clicking the mouse. Crowdfunding longevity. Liang Heng confirmed his next plan. Elsewhere, Super Chin felt a little bored as he cultivated in the monastery. He didn't even know why he had come here to cultivate, and when he woke up, he was already in the temple. After the consecration was undone, the memory before and after the fever would be affected, and it might cause amnesia. Master Jin Dang had already spoken to Father Chin about this. But amnesia was one thing, it wasn't harmful to the body. But Super Chin still wanted to figure out what on earth had happened last night. Xiaoling's mom had told him that he had had a terrible fever, but she hadn't said a single thing about the specifics, which made Super Chin feel very aggrieved. Bringing him to the Zen temple in one fell swoop without anything on him. Even if he could spend his energy on cultivation during the day, he felt that he would really die at night without an e-book, a game console, or Wi-Fi. How could modern people survive without Wi-Fi? Wang Xiaoling followed him without saying a word. Super Chin knew that Wang Xiaoling had a rough idea of what had happened. But the problem was that Wang Xiaoling couldn't speak, and couldn't even recognize all the words. It was probably impossible for her to write them down. At that moment, Super Chin thought of an idea. Draw and I'll guess. If she couldn't write, she could draw, right? So, Super Chin found a pen and paper, found an empty space in the backyard, and started to play this game with Wang Xiaoling. Super Chin said to Xiaoling, "Xiaoling, let's play, you draw and I'll guess. Draw what happened yesterday and tell me. If I guess right, you nod, and if I guess wrong, you shake your head." Wang Xiaoling nodded. She drew several pictures in a row, and then labeled them with numbers. The first picture was the logo of Balance Magic Center. Wang Xiaoling wanted to tell Super Chin that it was all because of the curse of the director of Balance Magic Center. Wang Xiaoling didn't know about this at first, but last night, in order to convince her mother to come to the monastery with them, Father Chin told her everything from the beginning to the end. On the side, Xiaoling also heard it quietly. In the second picture, Wang Xiaoling drew a picture of a flame. She wanted to tell Super Chin that he had a fever last night. In the third picture, there was a hospital cross. To show that this was a hospital. Wang Xiaoling even added 120 next to the cross. In the fourth picture, Wang Xiaoling drew a bald head wearing a red boxing glove who smashed a skull. The skull represented the curse, and the bald head represented Master Jin Dang, who had blessed Super Chin with light. Super Chin was stunned by such a clear composition and logical drawing line. He had never expected Xiaoling to actually have a talent for drawing. In the fourth picture, wasn't this teacher Saitama's fight with the Bone King? At this point, the drawing was complete. Wang Xiaoling put down her pen and felt relieved. She was actually very confident in her drawing ability because she couldn't speak. At the garbage station, she often used the discarded pens that other people had thrown away to study her drawing skills. But Wang Xiaoling wasn't sure whether Super Chin had understood it or not. Staring at the four pictures, Super Chin first praised Wang Xiaoling for a long time, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. Xiaoling, I didn't expect you to draw so well. After looking at these four pictures, I understand everything. Your first and second pictures told me that Balance Magic Center was on fire. My dad called 120. The reason for the fire was that there were weapons of mass destruction hidden in Balance Magic Center. But that Director Liang refused to admit it. In the end, for some reason, an eminent monk in this monastery made a move and blew up the weapon with one punch." As soon as Super Chin finished speaking. In the distance, in the direction of Balance Magic Center, there was a boom. A mushroom cloud rose from the ground. Chapter 971. That night, the news of the big explosion at Balance Magic Center spread like wildfire. Liang Heng was getting his just desserts. Father Chen didn't know what had happened, but he felt strangely relieved. Oh my God, you don't know what a huge mushroom cloud it was. Luckily, there was no one around, otherwise it would have been terrible. How did it explode? I heard it was a laptop that exploded. The batteries made in Bowen overheated and exploded. Then how did a mushroom cloud appear? There are some laptops on the market now that are manufactured according to magic treasure configurations. They all use spirit cores to generate electricity, and can last for decades without needing to be recharged. But Chief Liang's laptop seems to have hit the jackpot. There was a problem with the quality of the spirit cores, and it was recalled. Chief Liang might have been too busy to pay attention, and now it exploded. Spirit cores themselves were energy crystals made from highly dense spirit power molecules. The principle was similar to that of General Yi's palm sword and the old devil's chaos ball, which used techniques to compress spirit power. But the fact that this kind of technology could be put on the market proved that it was already very sophisticated. Generally speaking, there was a 99% chance that it wouldn't explode, which was equivalent to a plane crash, or winning the lottery. So, Chief Liang had hit the jackpot. Furthermore, he had hit the jackpot. Through Wang Xiaoling's eyes, Wang Ling witnessed Super Chen's memory. Wang Ling remembered that there had indeed been this piece of news back then, but he never thought that the big explosion back then would actually be because Super Chen had blessed his mouth. It had to be said that this Master Jin Dang was a little strong. He had only blessed his entire body once, but he could actually do this. There were a lot of strange things in the world to begin with, and Wang Ling felt that taking himself as an example, was there anything more bizarre than being born invincible? It could only be said that Master Jin Dang was an enigmatic and eccentric person with lofty ideas. Given Master Jin Dang's methods and abilities, Wang Ling felt that as long as the other party wanted to, it shouldn't be difficult for him to establish himself in the cultivation world. But in the end, he still ran his shabby Zen temple, used his wisdom to enlighten others, and lived a low-key and ordinary life. This kind of realm was worth learning from. After returning from meditation in the monastery, Father Chen asked a few students about Liang Heng. Apparently, Liang Heng was in a very miserable state. He had been right in the middle of the explosion, and his body was burned to an extent of 85%. A naughty parent who taught his own child fireball skills to bully others, but in the end, he was injured by a huge mushroom bomb. It was a tragic ending. After the explosion, the residents of the entire street were alarmed and came to put out the fire. Every household sent out water talismans through the air, and it was the annual drama of Jinshan being flooded. Later, the nearby fire department and ambulance arrived in time, and the fire was completely under control. Liang Heng was also rescued. Chief Liang is so tragic. In class that day, a student told Father Chen about Chief Liang with lingering fear. He had already visited him, so he knew Liang Heng's situation better. Actually, the main reason for the visit wasn't because they cared about Liang Heng, but because the students were more curious about the extent of Director Liang's burns. Chief Liang, how's the situation? Father Chen said, I'm wondering if I should bring a fruit basket to visit him. No matter how bad Liang Heng was, he was still a senior brother from the same sect. Besides, he had suffered retribution this time, and Father Chen felt that it would be very difficult for him to stir up trouble again. Teacher Chen, it's better if you don't bring anything. I also brought a fruit basket yesterday, but when I got there, I realized that he couldn't eat it at all. Chief Liang's entire body had been burned to a mummy, that's right. The doctor said that for some reason, Chief Liang's organs had aged very badly. Otherwise, his injuries might have been lighter. I went over to take a look after the explosion. When Chief Liang was carried into the car, it seemed like all his nails had been burned away. You really looked carefully, you're staring at my crotch. Chief Liang has been saved now, but he'll still be disabled in the future. His organs were so badly damaged that they were all artificial. Medical insurance can't cover all of this, and it'll probably take a lot of time for Chief Liang to pay off his medical bills later. Father Chen didn't sleep very late that night. After thinking for a long time, he still decided to raise some donations for Liangheng on the cultivation forum. Liangheng had already suffered retribution, but his wife and child shouldn't be implicated. When Father Chin saw in his WeChat moments that Liangheng's wife was arranging to sell the property, he couldn't bear to do it. Liangheng's medical bills were sky high. Even if he sold all the money he had earned from taking in students over the past few years and all his property, it still wouldn't be enough. If he tried to get insurance from the computer company to settle the claims, they would have done a recall before. From a legal perspective, it wasn't like the computer company hadn't paid attention to this batch of problematic products. The Liang family is going to have a hard time in the future. Father Chin sighed. Watching his rival of many years collapse just like that, about to die of old age in the wind, Father Chin actually felt a little emotional in his heart. It was impossible for him to donate money himself. But he could still do it for humanitarian reasons. Dad, are you really going to help him? Super Chin didn't quite understand Father Chen's behavior. He just likes to compete with me, but he's become a little obsessed these past few years. Back when he was still in school, he was very competitive. But his nature isn't bad. Father Chin recalled the past and said thoughtfully, "Son, you'll understand when you go to school in the future. School days are short, but they're also very beautiful. But I heard from my brothers that school is tiring, and there's endless homework. That's just one side of it. When you and Xiaoling go to school in the future, you'll understand that school days are the happiest. A lot of people don't think about school until they have a job. But I heard that Chief Liang is going to die soon. Donating this money won't help, right?" Super Chin said. "He's already been saved. Although he's still in critical condition, it's not a big problem." Saying this, Father Chin suddenly remembered the brocade pouch that Master Jin Dang had given him when he left the monastery. Father Chin still remembered what Master Jin Dang had said back then. He said that Super Chin would encounter a calamity when he was 16. Choose the right school for Super Chin, and he would be able to survive this calamity. Master then gave him a brocade pouch and told him to open it when he got home. "What's written in the brocade pouch?" "Don't worry." Father Chin opened the brocade pouch and took a look. "Master has chosen a high school for you. When you're in high school, go to this school. It's already late, go to bed first. I'm going to write a donation post for Chief Liang." Oh, Father Chin spent about half an hour editing the post, and was just about to send it out when. In the university class group chat, which had been silent for a long time, an announcement suddenly popped up. "Deep condolences, classmate Liangheng has passed away." Father Chin was startled. "Wasn't he already saved?" Someone in the know replied, "We just confirmed it with the hospital. The infection was very serious, and he wasn't out of danger yet." Sigh. Looking at the message in the group, Father Chin turned to look at Super Chen's bedroom. For some reason, he felt a chill. Chapter 972. After returning from Super Chen's memory, Wang Ling sat at his desk and was lost in thought for a long time. This was what he had written in his conclusion to Super Chen's essay. "When we were young, we might have hesitated and felt helpless, but in the end, we still grow up. When you don't know how to choose the right path, then become a man of indomitable spirit. Standing on the top of the mountain, you look so dazzling in the sunlight, it's like you've been blessed." It was September 6th, the 24th day of the summer break. The day of establishing diplomatic relations with extraterrestrials was drawing near. During this time, someone had become popular, and that was the scientist Guo Ping, who had disappeared on an exploration mission on Divine Tao Star and had come back to life. And now, Guo Ping had become the ambassador for establishing diplomatic relations with extraterrestrials, and was responsible for establishing diplomatic relations between the entire cultivation world and extraterrestrial life in the universe. Dopey Guo was overjoyed. This time, the Guo family had really produced an extraordinary big shot. Among Dopey Guo's many uncles, it was clear that Guo Ping had become the strongest uncle in a single leap. This was indeed a great surprise for Dopey Gua. After his last trip to Divine Dao Star, Wang Ling had replaced everyone's memories in number 60 high school, so Dopey Gua had no impression of this Uncle Gua at all. In his memory, he was just an ordinary game NPC. Holy shit! Would you believe me if I told you that Guo Ping is actually my uncle? Dopey Gua sent a surprised emoji in the small WeChat group. I believe you. But why didn't you send it in the class group? There are so many people in the class group. Super Chen was amused. Then it's better to keep a low profile. You're all my bros, so don't worry. As for the others, they might not believe me, said Dopey Gua. Where there were people, there was jealousy. Dopey Gua had thought it over and over again before he didn't brag about the fact that Guo Ping was his uncle. It was good for both him and Guo Ping. If word of this got out, people might think that he was bragging. What if some teacher got serious and asked him to invite Guo Ping to the school to give a speech? That would really be terrible. In fact, Dopey Gua was very self-aware. While it was true that Guo Ping was his uncle by blood, the problem was that their relationship wasn't so good that he could come and go as he pleased. Are you familiar with Guo Ping? Little Peanut asked at that moment. Dopey Gua said, I'm not familiar with them, but I think my dad is. There should be a way to contact him on the phone. There was a WeChat group of the Guo group, and Uncle Guo Ping was in it. But that group has been quiet for a long time. I've changed my phone. If no one leaves a message in the group, I might not be able to find it. Super Chen, when I saw your uncle on TV before, I felt like I had an affinity with him. I think I've seen him somewhere before, he looks like an NPC in a game. Wang Ling, Dopey Gua, Wang Ling, you're peeping again. Super Chen laughed. Isn't he just like that? Is this the first day you met him? They discussed Guo Ping's matter in the group until noon. It couldn't be helped. As the ambassador of peace, Guo Ping's popularity had dominated the headlines for the past few days. Not only that, the entire cultivation world was connected to extraterrestrial life in the universe, and more extraterrestrial life came to light thanks to the information provided by Divine Dao Star. Of course, the information on the internet was only a portion of the public data, it didn't even have 5%. Previously, Divine Dao Star had tyrannically invaded and expanded in the universe, annexing more than 90% of the planets with intelligent life forms. But the Divine Dragons never expected that they would lose to Earth in the end. On the same night that they were talking about Guo Ping in the group, someone arrived at the entrance of the Wang family's small villa. Dog 2 was lying on its stomach at the entrance. When it looked up, it saw a man whose face was covered and who was wrapped up very tightly, walking toward the entrance in a very low-key manner with his hands in his pockets. Who are you? Dog 2 got up and spoke straight away. Although it didn't sense any hostility from this person, it still maintained a certain degree of vigilance. You can actually speak without taking human form? Hearing Dog 2 speak human language, the newcomer was dazed at first. He then took off his sunglasses, mask, sun hat, overcoat, and the gauze wrapped around his body. Finally, he peeled off a layer of skin from his face and pulled it off abruptly. This skin was a face-changing mask. There were ready-made ones on the market, and they could also be customized. There were all kinds of celebrity styles. When using it, it was like applying a facial mask. After applying it on your face for 5 minutes, the face-changing mask would change your appearance to that of the person you wanted. However, the purchase of a face-changing mask required a real name registration and a record to prevent people from using the mask to carry out illegal transactions. Huaxiao Alliance also strictly monitored the production rights of face-changing masks. Illegal production of face-changing masks was a very serious crime. If you were caught and sentenced, you would be sentenced to at least 500 years. Dog 2 stared blankly at the entrance. This person spent a full 5 minutes at the entrance to take off all his disguise. From head to toe, even his leg hair was fully covered. When he appeared in person, Dog 2 was instantly enlightened. It had actually seen this uncle before. That was nonsense, it was impossible that it hadn't seen him before. He had been so popular on TV these 2 days. Hello, I'm Guo Ping. The middle-aged uncle introduced himself. Ask him what he's doing here. On the second floor, Wang Ling spoke telepathically to Dog 2 in the bedroom. He hadn't expected Guo Ping to come to the villa in the afternoon after the chat group had started talking about him in the morning. Wang Ling felt that this was a little strange. He remembered that he should have already replaced Guo Ping's memories, although he had indeed made a move on Divine Dao Star. But now that his memories had been replaced, Guo Ping knew that the person who had fought the most fiercely was Bai Qiao. Logically speaking, after Wang Ling's memories had been replaced, he should have been invisible. Why had Guo Ping suddenly come knocking on his door? I'm here to see Ling Junren, Guo Ping replied. No, my master is doing homework, he's very busy, said Dog 2. Then I'll help him with it, Guo Ping said with a smile. Dog 2, shock. Guo Ping, the famous academician of Huaxiao Nation's Magic Treasure Research Academy and currently the hottest ambassador for establishing diplomatic relations and peace in the universe, was actually helping a high school student do his homework. Was this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? You don't have to reject me like that. Wang Ming, that guy already told me, and I also helped him upgrade the Dao Talisman back then. I just wanted to thank Ling Junren this time. Guo Ping smiled helplessly. Thank you. That's right, Wang Ming said that it was Ling Junren who provided the energy thread that allowed me to fly in space for so long back then. If it wasn't for Ling Junren, I might still be floating in space. iShang Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 973. Guo Ping had arrived just in time. This was the usual time for dinner. Although Guo Ping had come uninvited, he was, after all, a big shot who no one dared to approach nowadays. What Wang Ling hadn't expected was that Guo Ping had actually contributed to the research on upgrading the Dao Talisman. He had long since known that even President Qi, who was as close to Wang Ming as his own father, had been kept in the dark about the talisman seal. Mother Wang was a little flattered. Teacher Guo, why did you come to our house today? It's nothing, my nephew is Wang Ling's classmate. He's taken care of a lot by classmate Wang Ling, so I'm here today to see classmate Wang Ling and freeload a meal, Guo Ping said. Mother Wang was stupefied when she heard this. This teacher Guo was very friendly. But the Wang family had always been hospitable, and there was naturally no reason to refuse him, so Mother Wang could only ask Guo Ping to stay for dinner. The old man had invented a new dish, and when he saw the celebrity who had appeared on TV these days visiting the villa, his face lit up. Teacher Guo, you came just in time. You must try tonight's new dish. I've heard that the old man's cooking is superb. I definitely won't stand on ceremony, Guo Ping said politely. Teacher Guo, you flatter me. My new dish tonight is a pastry made from chilled red bayberries. After separating the meat from the bayberries, I minced them, then stuffed them into flour balls and kneaded them into long fried dough twists, then deep-fried them at high temperature to make plum intestine pastry. It's full of twists and turns, and the aftertaste is endless. The old man couldn't stop talking when the new dish was mentioned. The old man is amazing. Guo Ping listened blankly, then laughed. Don't call me Teacher Guo, just call me Little Guo. Alright, Little Guo. Since you're here for Ling Ling, I'll call him down, said Mother Wang. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie, I'll go up myself, said Guo Ping. On the second floor, Wang Ling heard the conversation downstairs and sighed in his heart. This peaceful summer break was only halfway through, and in the end, there was this kind of trouble, but Guo Ping's appearance was even stranger to Wang Ling, because Wang Ming had never mentioned Guo Ping's involvement to him, not even the slightest bit. After all, making the talisman seal was a big deal. Wang Ling had already texted Wang Ming to ask about the situation, but Wang Ming still hadn't replied. Wang Ling suddenly missed that dumbass who had replied in seconds. Wang Ling didn't know what Guo Ping's personality was like, but after interacting with him for so long, he realized that Guo Ping was a very easygoing person who didn't treat him as an outsider at all. Guoping was very familiar with the way up to the second floor, as if he had already investigated beforehand and was very clear about the location of Wang Ling's bedroom. Guoping lightened his footsteps as he reached Father Wang's study. It was clear that Guoping was well aware of Father Wang's identity. It seemed that Wang Ming indeed hadn't told Guoping much about them. Guoping knocked on Wang Ling's bedroom door. However, there was no response at all. Then, he turned the doorknob again, and a human face suddenly appeared on the bedroom door. After Mother Wang had barged into his bedroom several times without knocking, he had already enchanted the door. And this new member was the door god. His full name was Nagato. It's not convenient for our master to receive guests today. If you insist on barging in, I'll have to use Shinra Tensei. This door of yours is interesting. Guoping smiled. Although he had been startled by the sudden voice of the door just now, he very quickly regained his composure. He was well aware of Wang Ling's secret, so he wasn't too surprised by the various anomalies happening in the Wang family's small villa. Guoping knew that Wang Ling was deliberately avoiding him, and felt that it was most likely because Wang Ming hadn't communicated with him beforehand. In the last 2 days, the entire research institute had been busy receiving aliens and analyzing space civilizations. Many of the research institute's fruitless research had unexpectedly made breakthroughs after combining the methods provided by some extraterrestrial civilizations. Because of this, Wang Ming had actually been using his brain a lot these 2 days. Guoping thought that the reason Wang Ling didn't want to see him at the villa was most likely because Wang Ming hadn't officially woken up yet. After using his brain too much, Wang Ming's fainting stress reaction was very strong, and it was often accompanied by a strong fever that sometimes reached 70 or 80 degrees. A normal person's brain would have long since been fried. So in order to prevent this from happening, Wang Ming had installed a cooling device in his head. Thus, while Wang Ming looked very hot on the surface, the temperature inside his skull was actually normal. Now that he couldn't get through the door, Guoping was a little anxious. Unable to find Wang Ming, he could only call Jai Yin. Hello? Little Yin? Is teacher Wang Ming awake? Not yet. On the other end of the line, Jai Yin replied, the stress reaction this time is more serious, and he might need another day or so to cool down. Another day? It's already been several days, hasn't it? When I came to the Wang family's small villa before, he didn't help me greet him. His little brother isn't allowed in now. Did you bring crispy noodle snacks? No. Then I'm afraid you won't be able to get in today. How about this? I'll explain later. I know about this, and I'm more familiar with his little brother than you are. Alright, sorry to trouble little Yin. Are you cooking? I think I hear the sound of something frying. Frying steak, said Jai Yin. Isn't the research institute not allowed to install gas? Guoping had a suspicious look on his face. Previously, Jai Yin's fried dragon pork chop had almost killed President Qi. Since that day, the research institute had banned all tools that could be used to cook. Simple gas, induction cookers, and microwave ovens were all banned. Even magic treasures that could generate heat and fire were strictly controlled by President Qi. Apart from designated personnel, they weren't allowed to be lent out, especially to Jai Yin. Their research institute was in the field of science and technology, not biological and chemical weapons. The lethality of Jai Yin's dragon pork chop could be said to be deeply in line with Mother Wan's charm. As for the specific reaction after eating it, only President Qi alone knew. Although Guoping had only just returned, he was already very familiar with Jai Yin and her cooking. Currently, the Research Institute had laboratories from level 1 to 10, and the higher the level of isolation. The purpose of the laboratories was to prevent chemicals and special gases from leaking during the course of research. As for Jai Yin's dragon pork chop, experiments had shown that a level 10 laboratory wouldn't be able to withstand it. It had to be at least level 11. Old Qi won't let me cook all this time, and my hands have been itching for a long time. Don't worry, I didn't use the gas or induction cooker. I just thought that Wang Ming's head was burning up quite hot this time, and it would be a pity not to use it. You're frying steak on a person's head? Guo Ping was horrified. It's already medium done, I'll give it to you when you come back. Do you want some black pepper? Zhai Yin replied. iSheng Mobile Reading URL. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.